Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第281天 is day 281. Actually, Beep, if you're still here, I just remembered where I've heard the Mandarin blueprint thing is when it comes to like the HanziHero like thread thing. I think Mandarin blueprint is that thing where you make your own, like the whole design was to make your own mnemonics, right? The dialogue that comes up a lot of times in the HanziHero forum is there's a comparing and contrasting because HanziHero has prescriptional mnemonics, and then Mandarin blueprint is about specifically focusing on creating your mnemonics as you go. So that dialogue came up previously, I'm pretty sure before when I was using HanziHero, is the idea that while I like the idea of building it up like from scratch, like in, for example, if you go on Anki, instead of using a deck that someone else curated, you build your own deck from scratch based on experience. However, the thing about HanziHero is things that are prescriptional can offer as form of inspiration to build those things. So a lot of dialogue in the community is that some say like, what's the point of this? I don't really like the mnemonics. I could just build my own, and Mandarin Blueprint is one of those examples. And I totally understand when nothing jives with you, right? It would be great to start off. And the idea was what we were talking about yesterday, where Wanikani has a low entry point. Mandarin Blueprint would have a high entry point with using that movie method, because it's also emphasis on you putting forward the learning curve. So if I were to place it on a continuum, right, HanziHero's entry point would be in the middle then, and then Mandarin Blueprints would be even further than Wanikani's blueprint, and they come with their, pros and cons. Like HanziHero creates an example in which you can bridge to creating your own mnemonic, while this gives you the entire learning curve of building the mnemonic. So it will require you to be willing to do the investment. That's why overall Wanikani still has more like turnover and peeps than either of these, in my opinion. And also, despite, like, if you're wondering, well, despite Japanese being a trendy language, well, that's kind of hard to quantify, but Mandarin is arguably also a very, very big international language, right? I don't know. It'd be interesting if you're still here. But that was the discussion about Mandarin Blueprint. It came to mind when I was going upstairs. All right. We have only one term. One term for this, for our last session, and that was Rin. And I realized Rin needs some TLC because it's not that great. Right? It was something like this. Rin, or moist? Pretty sure. Let's take a look. Yep. So this deals with Rudolph, and he's in a bathroom where there's a scepter jammed in between the saloon doors. Oh, preventing him from leaving. Okay, Rudolph's. Oh, because Rudolph is trying to bite it open. Got his saliva all the way. All right. I can't really think of a good one for this. We'll keep that for now. I think we have 2 examples, right? Yeah. Not that many. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
爆炸
Baojia, explosion. don't need too much for that.
爆炸荣誉
荣誉 glory plus 誉 based on reputation, honor, sense.
荣誉涉及
涉及涉 wade 级 level or reach wade to reach to involve oh to reach something okay not to reach fair enough to involve this one's a bit of a toughie. There are a lot of synonyms.
涉及
涉及
铜牌
铜牌铜 which is like copper I oh yeah brand copper brand or a mark something like that 铜牌
铜牌国旗
国旗 it's kind of like a placard or a plate so a bronze plate can be a medal something celebratory something like of like a plaque of stuff like trophies or plaques and what 国旗 national flag or country flag okay oops
国旗爆炸
alright
涉及
铜牌
铜牌
国国旗
国旗
荣誉
荣誉
荣誉Alright, next five. Let's go firecracker. Bao zhu. Interesting. Exploding bamboo. Which that makes sense. Heck.
爆竹
爆竹
名誉
名誉 Wait. Something was not oh I misspelled cracker.
名誉
名誉 name reputation makes sense.
名誉雨滴
雨滴 rain D drop raindrop
雨滴棉被
棉被 cotton blanket or cotton quilt makes sense. Okay.
棉被青铜
青铜 pure or no green oh yeah okay green copper bronze interesting green copper is bronze that's interesting it's an alloy and tin that is often used to make statues which later turn green due to oxidation yeah I figured that's where the bronze comes from the oxidation
青铜
but it's kind of interesting referring to it as bronze.
爆竹，
爆竹。Sutton blank. 棉被。
棉被，
名誉。
名誉，
雨滴。
雨滴，
What the D? What is D? Oh man, it's so hard to imagine that as drop. Oh, it's the banana thing? The banana juice? That's weak. That's very weak.
青铜，墨镜，
墨镜. Black inked or black or inked sunglasses. It's interesting that they use that mo instead of hey. I don't know if hey jing is a thing.
墨镜，
Oops.
牛栏，
牛栏. Cattle fence. Oh, cattle fencing.
牛栏，谋杀，
谋杀. Mo scheme. Oh, scheme and unaliving. Murder.
谋杀，纵，
Vertical. Oh, vertical looks problematic like hung. I thought hung was suspicious. Vertical is suspicious too. Because it kind of reminds you of Chong, but it's not. It's like psych, I'm Zhong. Oh, and it's Zelda. Alright, Zelda's in the bathroom of the temple. Okay. Where she is in the woman's hot spring there, that is their shore, dressed in holy silk bath garments, fair enough. The female monk shows the extent of their holy Zen powers by forming a conga line in the hot spring that goes vertical. They walk in the air vertically as Zelda stares at their floating feet, wondering how these monks have such vertical powers. The Triforce powers do not compare. What the? Alright, we're gonna... Oh boy. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. I have no idea. I mean, this kind of sounds absurd enough, so we'll go with it. This is fine.
纵，牵，
Qian. You kind of look like Qi a little bit. To lead around. Oh, hey, we have a new component. Caterpillar. We have a cocoon and a lid. So you put a lid on a cocoon, it becomes a caterpillar. If you open the lid of a cocoon. Nice. Alright. Good to go. I'm okay with this.
牵，
Qian. So let me get used to what a caterpillar looks like. Oh, I see it. So what is that? Caterpillar, a crown, elbow, and a cow? Oh, no, wait. Oh. Oh, I see. It crosses over the crown. Kirby is in front of the pawn shop. where he's leading around his prize cow that he plans to pawn at the shop. Okay, on top of the cow, which wears a crown, is a caterpillar that is along for the ride. In this sense, the caterpillar is also being led around. Honestly, that's kind of cute. I feel like instead the crown is on Kirby. There's a little cute little caterpillar right on top of Kirby. Tiantou to take the lead. Fair enough. Effect Tiandong. That's quite a pivot. Involve. I don't have any context. Ch.
先 先 墨镜 牛栏 纵 谋杀
To superintend. Holy. Can it just be supervise? Okay. They have supervise. Okay. Oh, we have Uncle. The Unk is back with a pair of eyes. Dumbledore is in front of the house where he is superintending a bunch of young wizards playing on the lawn. That's pretty good. He is the Unk of many of these young wizards. Nice. He uses his magic to summon a bunch of eyes into the sky to help him superintend. Oh, this is 10 out of 10. Like, that worked out so well. Christianity. 基督教. Oh, Jesus superintending teaches. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. Or something else, but I think that 基督 kind of is probably that. I don't know. It reminds me of it. 监 oh yeah, supervise, superintend. 监督 okay.
都
We're gonna use supervise.
减
Jian. Pick up. Oh, I think we finally got Jian. Today was actually one of the burn items. Jian is show, right? I think it's show. Oh no, wait. Not show. Something. Same, and then this is changed. This? I think. Yeah. Yeah. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the pawn shop where there's a crazy employee party. He goes around with his robotic dog picking up a bunch of fingers that are all over the floor for some reason. That is a crazy party. Maybe with extra pair, it still works. 电器 建柴 to pick up firewood. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
减 天
Oh, we have two components. Dang. A pump. What in the actual world? All right. This component depicts a small pump that can extract drops of water. All right, I got you. Wait, fair enough.
天
Tian. Interesting tune piece. That's no show. Or Timmy Turner is in front of the pawn shop where he has attached a small pump to a hose to spray water over the brown lawn. It does not spray much, so he wishes it would increase. Okay, the next second water starts spraying down from the heavens and oh yeah, this works out too. 10 out of 10. It causes a flash flood and keeps on increasing the volume before Timmy can even wish for it to stop. That sounds like Timmy too. That's nice. This one's good. Tianjia. Makes sense. Oh yeah, Zheng. Zheng Tian. Increase. Okay. I like it.
天
Hit me up. Wait, that's it? Oh, wow. Huh. The unk.
都 天 减
Dang, today was different because we had components. Alright, so let's get into this. I need my rest. Gotta start resting.
在家
你什么时候会在家？
见
Okay. That one's kind of weak. Oh, this one's kind of weak too. Ah! It's weak enough.
昌
I can't spell prosperous. Wait, prosperous. It's okay. And prosper is fine. It's what I was thinking. Oh, that's a misspelling. Is this not what I think it is? Oh yeah, it is.
伟
Actually, I just misspelled.
Dun
What? Oh no, I didn't read carefully there.
柴
A fire word. I meant to type wood. Oh no.
无赖
别跟无赖争论。
墨水
What the? What the? I was all over the place. That's Ice Cube. Being quiet. I just kept diddly-daddling back and forth.
旋转
风车旋转得很快，
Or rotate, I guess. Or, yeah, like rotate. Turn is what I default to.
信赖
他信赖他的朋友。
蓝 可嘉，
你的诚实是非常可嘉的。
虚，墓地，
墓地里有很多墓碑。
嗯，
繁殖，
马的繁殖是一个大生意。
那，公墓，
他们参观了公墓。
冰块，
冰块在热水中溶解了。
鸠，哀，
诶
老，
，OK，
邦，
X. That's a typo. Hmm. Oh no, that's Xing.
藏，退伍，
他计划退伍后回家乡。
表，挖库，
他经常挖苦我的能力。
智慧，
我们可以从书本中获得智慧。
森，
Woods or forests. I'm tired of the woods and forest situation.
苏醒，
经过救治，他慢慢的苏醒了。
剑，
Tiara? Okay.
磨合，
我还在磨合我的新自行车。
We're feeling pretty good today. This is good.
扭伤，
我扭伤了脚踝。
Although it's only 30 in. Kinda too soon to tell. Oh no. I changed how that works and now I don't know what this is. Uh...
弱势，
若是你有问题，可以问我。
Okay. That was close. Okay. Dang it. Oh, is this 中和?
综合，
综合考虑后，我们做出了决定。
Kind of like once everything is done like comprehensively, yeah, totally like the whole thing. Oh no. What is that middle thing supposed to be? That's supposed to be a box? Or pit? The fun tie. I legit have no idea what that middle. It would help. Whatever this thing is. Oh, maybe like. I think it's this. Maybe a little slightly different.
训
Oh, no, wait. That is rapid something.
久仰
久仰您的风采。
I actually don't remember what that little what is the middle thing supposed to be? A box? Okay. Didn't quite help even knowing it was guessing it was a box. Kind of disappointing.
拥挤
这里很拥挤。
好
What? What? Huh. What? Oh no, that's my bad.
榜样
我们需要好的榜样。
身体
我身体有点累。
声
No. I
港
pepped really hard there.
遭遇
他的遭遇令人心酸。
Encountered misfortune. How do you encounter misfortune? Get really greatly unlucky. Unhappy experience. Just greatly unlucky is fine. Or bitter experience. Bad experience. Unfortunate experience. Unlucky is good. Just unlucky. The contemporary use of unlucky.
散步
散步是一种很好的运动方式。
That's kind of loose.
圣诞节
我们每年都庆祝圣诞节。
牲口
他每天早上喂牲口。
玩
What? Oh, arrogant and stubborn are two separate things. It's fine. Arrogant is good. It works. Uh,
牢房，
牢房里只有一张硬床，
oh, oh, oh. Mistakes were made.
担忧，
我担忧他的健康状况。
Your shoulder. Your shoulder, the worry. Worry is better.
半年，
我们半年后见。
煮咖啡，
他正在煮咖啡。
自毁，
如果发生故障，系统会自毁。
血缘，
我们虽然没有血缘，但感情很深。
How does yuan work? Yeah, reason. Okay. What incarnation is this? Oh.
鼠，
Oh my gosh, Lu
壁
is
炉，
这个房子没有壁炉，
Lu is a problem. That's weak. That's very weak. Oh, it is that character. That's interesting. We just got this kanji. Funny enough, it's in the Hanzi rotation. Oh, what was this? This was pure, right? Something about like a white stain and shirt and cutting it and not making. Oh my gosh, in pure. What is this in Hanzi? I've lost it after complaining about the kanji. Okay. Let's try to blank our mind here. Oh, this one is not that great either. Uh,
结，
yeah, it's not that great either. Actually, I'm not even quite sure. I think it's clean. Clean and pure. Yeah, that's rough. Both of them are pretty rough.
斜坡，
这个公园有一个很长的斜坡。
嗯。What incarnation?
金字塔，
埃及有许多金字塔。
Ah, is pretty weak too. 金字塔。
插图，
这本书有很多插图。
瓶塞，
他拿掉了瓶塞。
哦，围巾。啊，围巾。
围巾，
那件围巾。Hmm. Oh, this one's pretty weak.
恰，
Yeah.
吉，拱，电池，
我的手机需要一颗新的电池。
连堵度。连什么？Okay, hold on.
三棵树，
他们在3棵树旁聊天。
考，
It's think, but thought is fine too. Oh, wait. Oh, exam too. Wait, hold up. Yeah, it's still think and thoughts. But that's later stuff. What the deuce? Oh no. Man, my daybreak is awful. Whenever daybreak comes up, it's not great. I'm gonna say heck. Okay.
无忧无虑，
他渴望过上无忧无虑的生活。
背，拐弯，
前面需要拐弯，小心行驶。
老鼠，
我喜欢吃老鼠。
I think the middle is not correct. Yeah, the middle. Wait. Interesting.
富，
Oh no, that's carry on back. Heck. Alright. What do I... Oh, wait.
坦克、
这辆
Tanker.
坦克很重，
I wrote tanker twice. I lost it.
反抗、
工人们反抗恶劣的工作环境。
Or, I guess, dislike, or... Oh, it's another way to say protest, or dislike, revolt, or resist. I don't remember where the lid comes from. Or is that a whole thing? Oh, the whole thing is a turntable. Now it makes a little bit more. I got lost in two things there.
孤单、
他常常感到孤单。
What? Hold up. G is correct. Ooh. Is that's not Yun? No, that's not Yun. Lian? Yeah. 每天晚上看 Oh, that's Shin. Yeah, that's Shin. Okay. That's fine.
咸、礼堂、
礼堂已经挤满了。
联盟、
他们组成了一个新联盟。
What in Milky Way is that? I'm gonna say heck.
粉红色、
他的脸颊是粉红色的。
I don't know where the coyote is coming from. I'll take a jab. Oh, wait. No. No.
夺取、
反对派想夺取政权。
捕捉、
警察捕捉了逃犯。
I just take a jab at this and just say okay. Maybe I can figure it out from the definition and stop guessing now or try to fill it out. Something makes me want to type this. Okay. Not that.
盲目、
对政府的盲目信任，
What? Oh, 问卷 not 问住。
先、母乳、
婴儿需要母乳，
what? Hold up. Hold up, hold up. Did Lynch? Shit. I don't know what that. I'm just gonna keep moving till something maybe.
沙漠、
我们在沙漠中迷路了。
Oh no, that's Gongtai. And what happened here? Like, I thought this was tiny. Or small or unrestrained. Oh, reckless and unrestrained. No. It's what I think it is. Unrestrained is reckless. It's fine. The other thing is tiny or milli. Yeah, unrestrained is what they ended up using. But reckless is also unrestrained. Okay, the middle just sucks. I think I'm giving up on the... That sucks. Oh. Maybe I can do one more. Um...
抗、问卷、
我们需要你填写这份问卷。
Oh, really?
.利息、
1万元本金的利息是200元。
Let me see. Oops. I don't need the N, the G. All right. So, oh, maybe it's, I'm just thinking of it, just overthinking. Oh, no, it's not. Because I'm pretty sure I know what CG is. How else can I be overthinking it? Hmm.
有、
Hmm. I don't know where the coyote is coming from. It's a place. Or it might be a relative. Heck. Yeah, coyote is just lost. I don't know what coyote is. Is it Jing or something? I have no idea what that is. It's a neighbor. Oh, it's Guo or something. Oh, Ling. Oh no. Yeah. Oh my gosh, coyote. That is so sickeningly horrible. All right. Because there's no way I would know that Link is associated with a coyote. All right. I should have seen this coming. I'm thinking G is because I'm thinking of Lingji, which is neighboring. Or neighbor, Lingji. Alright. Let's rewrite this. There's no reason to believe any of this stuff. Like, neighbor to a coyote is like... it could work for like Yoshi and stuff, but not Link. Dang. It's pretty bad still though. We have rice, coyote, and hills. How about Link is inside of the infirmary, taking care of bringing some rice from the hills. Bringing rice from a neighboring the neighboring hills to help take care of his neighbor's coyote at Fallen Hill. Fetch quests. Okay, I think that would be fine. Oh man, Ling. That's not great.
男朋友，
我男朋友不会做饭。
And then what happened here? I really thought it was Gong. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not Thai. That's Nan. Gong Nan.
表示
表示衷心的感谢。
Hmm. And what happened here? Thanks, peas and carrots. It's definitely the center one. She! It's she and not... Oh my gosh, it's continue, not... Oh yeah. Dang it. It's the wrong... I wasn't even thinking it could be tone 4. It is what it means, though. It's a shame I couldn't get the tone right. The tone was incorrect. What? Oh, Mingzhu. Hmm. What the deuce is that? Okay. We have your fields and your flowers. I'm gonna say heck.
成
That's fine.
光线
房间里的光线很柔和。
Oh, I wasn't. Oh, is it Chun? Probably Chun.
星
Oh, really? Do you know the word for chicken? Or what? You mean like Chinese? Ji, ji would be it, but just ji. Yeah, ji. Looks like this, and I wish I can tell you. I don't remember the character at the moment. The little combination, actually. Yeah, I don't know what's on the right side. Let's go look it up. Here you go. Oh, it has turkey in it. That was the right side. It doesn't use bird. It uses turkey. I don't remember the whole cleats thing. Cleats and cocoon. Oh, that's a bulldog. Not a well, it's a bulldog mixed with a cocoon. That's interesting. Speaking of chicken, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Technically both. Depends on how you look at it. Really does depend on how you look at it.
酸
What's going on here? Huh. Why do I have multiple things going on? This just made you realize, how does our reality even exist? Is our universe infinity many years old? Well, as far as science goes, it's not infinity million years old. It's however long light was. But that's in the realm of perception.
民众
民众的声音，
Mingjong just doesn't look right for that. Huh. Or like a community? Hmm.
果意
Ah! Sorry. That's a typo. Member crowd. It's going to be a community or a society. What's happening here? I'm gonna YOLO this. YOLO! Oh, okay, that didn't work.
邻国
他正在一个邻国旅行，
It's gotta refresh the link thing.
"执照
他刚拿到医生执照，
How are you this good at Chinese? Not even a year of learning. Do you have previous experience with other Asian languages? No, I don't. But technically I do. If you're talking about like reading. Heck! Is it supposed to be masses? Okay, it's a crowd. Crowd works. Crowds. What are you? I mean, technically I listen to this stuff, so... But reading, no. I was illiterate. We were illiterate. Very, very illiterate. Completely illiterate.
功能
胃的功能是消化食物，
胃的功能 是消化食物。Ability, function. Stomach's ability? Oh, that's interesting. What's that? What the mouth and fingers? What is this? Oh man. Did I practice this? I'm not entirely sure I practiced. Hmm. No, still got nothing for mouth and finger. There's no dice. This is a pass. Oh, again. It's Ko again. Oh yeah, because of the button thing. We actually did practice this and still no dice. So let's go back to the drawing board on this. So when I think of mouth and finger, right? I think of more like say now and pointing. So this one sucks. It's terrible. And even the one that I did was pretty terrible. So when I think of mouth and finger, what do I think of? Anyone can be washing their fingers and mouth of flour. Has to be Kermit. And Kermit's got to be helping, not doing this stuff. So our Kermit is a good guy, right? So Kermit is in the bathroom of a bakery. Cleaning off all the flour and crumbs, right? All the flour and crumbs from his fingers and mouth. I'm helping with, taste testing, and baking. Oh, but button. We have to throw in a button somewhere. Yeah, the button is the problem. What words do we have? The button. Oh, wait. The button has no words. That's another. Is this a general interest in language learning? I guess. You could probably say that is true for pretty much everything. A general interest is a general interest, hence the general word. I'm helping with so button doesn't have like any words at all attached to it. Maybe like, and the buttons on his uniform. It's baking. Like, for example, do you have the same interest learning Chinese as another? Yes, as in everything else, including art and video games and stuff, because you're asking for a general interest. It would be probably quick. Well, there are less things that are less interesting with a general interest than a specific interest, unless you're using specific interest as in you're using the phrase general interest as in specific interest. Because if it's a specific interest, then yes, it would be Japanese, Chinese, Spanish. Those are the languages that have a specific interest in. A general interest means that it's everything. Yeah. There's no discerning. It's whatever comes first. That's what you mean. I'm not sure how you are asking the question. Like, there's no such thing as same interest either. Chinese and Japanese are not the same. Or no language is the same as any other language, so to speak. So it would be very I wouldn't know how to answer that. I don't have the same interest in anything. They're all different. You just didn't know if you were learning Chinese because you enjoy language learning or because there's a specific application of Chinese in your life you're learning it for. Both. You're asking for a general interest, so it's both. A general interest is everything. So it's not or. There's more. Video games have Chinese languages. Like a Dragon is in Chinese as well. There's Chinese voice acting, right? Also Chinese artwork. And I am Chinese, I guess, to some extent. And my parents are Chinese. So it's all of the above. It's a general interest. Yeah. And no one thing has the same interest. Unless you're trying to quantify interest as a number. That could be possible. Like, do I care about something more than something else? Is probably what you're saying about the same interest. Well, I care about the things I'm doing more than other languages. So like, I'm not gonna pick up French all of a sudden without an application. But the application is not the same as, or the application is part of the interest. A specific application that you're thinking of is the goal, which is not the goal. So a general interest is the interest of the process, is what I would say. That's why I'm saying it's yes to everything. I don't learn things for a goal. I learn things because learning is, and language learning happens to be something you can learn for some time. Yeah. So I would say I have a general interest in every language, but circumstances make it so that it's particularly Chinese, Japanese, and Spanish. So both. There's a very specific reason that Chinese, Japanese, and Spanish comes up before the others. Spanish because I live in the United States, Chinese because my parents are Chinese, and Japanese because anime was first. When I was 5 years old. So those are specific interest. They're not applications of the language. There are reasons, I guess. Yeah. Are you learning a language? Are you interested in any languages? Or are you perfectly content with not learning another language? It's related. Yeah, most of these things are related to everything I'm doing. So I haven't talked about a video game without talking about Chinese and Japanese influence. is going on here?
空
That might have been a little too much information. However, if I were to speak general, pretty much anything you think about, I would probably say yes to. So if you give me a bunch of reasons, you learned Spanish and Korean in high school but haven't studied since then. I learned Spanish in high school, and I've only recently dabbled in it again. Although the Spanish is being reinforced by my environment, so maybe not too far off. Korean? That's interesting. How do I mess that up? Oh, because that's not what I think it is.
扣
Huh. Nope. Nope. Hmm. It is function. Wow. Intriguing.
尺寸
这件衣服的尺寸很合适。
Oh, interesting. Not length, huh? 尺寸. Fit? Measurements? Size. I mean, that's still all of the above. No time like the present if you're ever interested. I do plan on working on my Spanish at some point. I was trying to fit it in this year and it kind of just fell by the wayside because there's a lot of other things going on. Occasionally we dabble in Spanish. Korean, I have zero knowledge of Korean. Maybe I would be able to read some of the Chinese derived Korean, but not the contemporary modern Korean. Yeah. Now, learning is the general interest. And the specific interest is whatever floats my boat. So, language came up a lot of times when I'm playing video games, so we do language. Language comes up a lot with pretty much everything. Largely because the internet is filled with people who say they understand things without understanding them. So learning another language would involve that. Like, for example, when someone says that Japanese always sounds better, or English, I prefer English even though Japanese sounds better, they don't know that. You can't find an appreciation for that. You can respect that they have those feelings with the ignorance that they have. That's perfectly fine. That's ignorance bliss, right? Blissful ignorance, where when you don't understand a language, you can appreciate the sounds of the language, which is what I used to do. I used to listen to the sounds of Japanese and Chinese. However, that discussion comes up a lot. So in order to add more like knowledge, add more knowledge to that, you can get people to be interested in things if you know more about it. You feel like I can make a really good therapist? In another lifetime, perhaps. Yeah, in another lifetime. At this point, it would be very, very difficult to be one. It is a fun thought. I think one of the most common type of therapists that you ever meet in your life, peas and carrots, is a teacher. regrettably, not everyone sees it as a therapist. Your friends and family are pretty excellent therapists as well, in different ways. Like it serves in different capacity. In this way, um, I like to add to people's interest. So whenever someone says like, "Oh yeah, I was a teacher, your therapist," um, if you learned how to solve a problem that you didn't know how to solve before, what is the main purpose of a therapist? I'm saying your teacher could be your therapist. You can choose it to be not therapeutic, though. You can choose to ignore a teacher. The thing about a therapist is a lot of times people to help you solve your current problems, and a teacher proposes problems to you. Now, the difference between a teacher and a therapist a lot of times is despite being obligated to learn the stuff in school, you didn't choose to be there. And when you don't choose to be there, you can also choose not to learn anything. So when a teacher fails, maybe a little down the line, you might go and voluntarily seek a therapist. And that therapist is often have the benefit of the doubt that when you're reaching out to a therapist, you are voluntarily wanting to solve your current problems. Where a teacher is preventive, they are trying to teach you something that you may or may not encounter in the future. So you get to choose whether you may or may not want to learn their lessons that they're providing you. And then your friends and your family and your mentor are also preventive measures. So when they fail, a therapist comes into the picture, in my opinion. Those are the continuums of things. So when you have a really well-adjusted person who's learned a lot from their teacher, they rarely ever seek therapy in that sense because they know how to solve their problems when they come up. But when they are unable to solve their problems, they can choose to commit to listening to a therapist. And that's one of the things that is a large distinction between the success of what a therapist is, while a teacher has something else. So a teacher is trying to anticipate all the things you need to learn so that when the problem comes up, you know how to solve it. A therapist is when the problem is here and you no longer have the luxury to ignore it because the problem is here. Me, when the university makes me take a bio class at a computer science major, yeah. So you get to choose whether the teacher is therapeutic or not, or helpful or not, because you get to choose. Despite being forced to be there, you still have a choice to listen to them or not, or do the bare bones. So a lot of the lessons that I share, like the therapy you're talking about, like you feel like I would make a good therapist. I didn't train as a therapist. I trained as a teacher. So to be incredibly efficacious in teaching people things, you have to have many of the qualities that make a therapist effective. You have to know how to engage and relate to the person, encourage them and incentivize them to be creative and applicable to the lessons you are trying to teach. Relate bio class to computer science major. I don't know if you know, but one of the major areas of computer science is biology. In fact, I was a biologist and I worked in genetics, and one of the major components is computer science because bioinformaticians require the understanding of fundamentals of computer science in order to achieve biology. And one of the biggest industries right now is data science. And data science stems from many things in the sciences, like handling information in the sciences, like behavioral sciences and biological sciences, or even chemical and physical sciences. But if you aren't interested in that, or your teacher fails to engage you, right, to demonstrate those connections, then the teacher has failed. If the teacher tries it and you still ignore the teacher, then you have failed to find interest in it, which doesn't change the world. Like it doesn't destroy your ability to do anything. It might prevent you from graduating, but it doesn't hurt you like at the moment because you have choices. When all those problems pile up to the point where you can't handle it anymore, a therapist is the last barrier. It is the emergency people. So it's kind of like, can you appreciate what it's like to have a fitness coach versus a doctor? A fitness coach is there to try to give you things that you can't see the results for. As in, they're trying to keep you healthy in order so you're sick less. But a doctor's job is for when you are sick, they can help you. So when you are admitted to a doctor, you're expected a result that it can be seen. When you're like being healthy, running each day, you can't see the results of that other than the progress you are having. So when you're at university, the thing that makes teachers successful is how good your grades are and how much you're learning. But you can't see what their applications are, or the things that happen or the problems you can solve until the problems actually occur. Like for this, if you're wondering, something like if you can tell the difference between someone who's educated and educated in the sense that they learned a lot of like experiences and stuff, a person would be able to solve a problem more than a person that isn't. Why not just teach all doctors to be fitness coaches? Then people will never be sick in the first place. Well, the unfortunate part is obviously you would have to know all the permutations of the future. So it is a lot easier to see something that has happened than try to predict something that hasn't happened. That's the inherent paradox in the nature of things. A teacher cannot foresee the future despite correlations. You can have like the current studies, science, and try to anticipate things, but those are probabilistic models. You can't anticipate what will happen in the future. The things that doctors are concerned with is after the fact. They are things that are observed and have happened already, and therefore you can respond to them. So it's kind of like the internet most of the time. People play response. They don't anticipate. So when you're learning something, are you thinking about what you can do with it? If you are, it's probably based on what you already know. Most people don't do things not knowing where it's going to take them. Nowadays, most people think about it as it's easier to know what's going to happen if you do something, which is not the case. You wonder if there's a way that people's future can be predicted in a similar way the World Health Organization predicts the flu vaccine each year. The World Health Organization takes a chance on the prediction of the flu vaccine. They can be wrong, right? But they've become very accurate. That's through many, many iterations of predictable models, right? People, less predictable. The integration is far more unpredictable. Now, despite all of that, right, you still can't predict the efficacy of the flu vaccine. It's efficacious. It's like efficiency and effect is after it happens. So the anticipation is that there will be a surge in influenza each year, and they're trying to predict the best outcome. And then that best outcome will only have an outcome when it's seen. And you know what's funny about vaccines? You just highlighted the difference between a teacher and a doctor. A vaccine is preventative. So there's debates about vaccine because you can't see until it becomes a problem. So when someone says, "Oh, I'll take the vaccine because it'll prevent me from likely getting the flu this year," when people think about it like that, they can argue that, "Well, I've never gotten the flu before, so why do I need preventive measures to prevent it? If I don't have the flu and I don't get the flu, why do I need something to prevent it?" That's like going to a class and saying, "You need to learn about this, but if I never use it, why do I ever need it?" So that's kind of the difference. So it's far easier, in my opinion, for nowadays for people to look at things as a reaction to something that occurs. And those are the things that are certain, right? Certainty is great. Predicting is not. Predicting is chance, or as well-studied prediction goes. And I think teaching is just that. You teach people to try to hopefully be able to solve their future problems and like innovate and create. You can't anticipate all the problems that they will occur, specific problems they will have. And if those problems become too overwhelming, then the problems already happened. The problem with that type of line of thinking from time to time is, what if it's too late? And that's what's the scariest thing about like things like flu vaccines and preventive measures. What happens when it's too late? What happens when you're so in the pit with depression that you can't climb out of it? So that's kind of one of those things that why teaching and education is very important to me, and learning things. So what's the difference between teacher and therapist? Is a therapist a teacher, but a teacher is not a therapist type of thing? No, they're mutually, there are exclusive things between them, but they're similar. So I only highlighted the similarities or the differences sort of between them. What is the similarity between a teacher and a therapist? They both have to empathize with the target. And that's what I was saying. I talked about differences and similarities. When you were asking me why I might make it a good therapist, is because I believed I was a good teacher. So the similarities is what you're seeing. So when you say like you feel that I might make a good therapist, whatever you think that makes me a good therapist is because I was a teacher. So it's whatever those things are. Whatever you think it is. I'm actually kind of curious. What makes you think I make a good therapist? If a good therapist means they constantly talk, relate to the person, try to integrate ideas, constantly learning about things because other people are learning about things and you need those knowledge to connect with someone. That's what makes a good teacher, which also makes a good therapist. Like, I have to understand things in order to help my client. So whenever I'm listening to a client and they like somehow want to learn Japanese, for example, and Japanese is the reason why they are chronically depressed about their self-esteem. Well, learning a bit about Japanese and being able to help along the way on how to solve their relationship between why Japanese is so difficult and is making them miserable would be something both a teacher and a therapist would have to do to try to get a breakthrough. For a teacher, the breakthrough is watching the student go from failing to passing, or passing to acing. A therapist would be someone who they can now finally not be negative about the thing and they can see themselves doing the thing for life. That's a breakthrough, right? They're helping people break through their barrier. The difference often is, and then highlighting the difference is that a teacher is trying to guess that you understand what you're learning is important for your future. A therapist already knows you have a problem, and they're helping you discover the problem that already exists. Basically, because you're really knowledgeable, you think a lot of therapists that have had tried to sympathize or relate with you, but there's that missing piece of like, okay, now how can you help me solve my problem? I feel like you're really good at both. Oh, I see. You think, wait, you think whoever you're interacting with is missing pieces? Yeah, that's a poop shoot though. That's a poop shoot, right? Each The thing about therapy and teacher is you're going to have hits and misses. For every teacher that have missing pieces, there might be less there like the reality is there are going to be less and less people who can relate to you as you grow older. So the goal of therapy and teacher is to find the the most appropriate one. And one of the ways to go about it is to try to figure out how to best express your problem. Like, sometimes I understand everyone's like, oh, go solve your problem, just go solve your problem. However, the first thing, you hear this cliche a lot of times, right? The first step of therapy or the first step to a problem is to know what the problem is, to solve the problem, right? In science class, in science class and a teacher, the first thing you want to identify is the nature of the problem and then express what your problem is with it. So if anyone can get you there, your friends, your family, a therapist is like a different angle and a teacher is a different angle, but you still have friends. You have people you interact with, people you play with, right? When you are able to explain the problem, then you go and market someone. You go scout. You'll be able to scout the things you need. So I think if there's anything a successful therapist would do if they're missing the pieces, right? If they're missing the pieces to relate to you or empathize or sympathize, you can probably tell when they continue to ask you questions in order to identify your problem. Because in my opinion, as a teacher or a therapist, they're asking questions so they can get enough information about your problem in order to try to sympathize and relate with you. So oftentimes when you're in a really bad place, like you're just lost, you're struggling, finding a friend or family, practicing how to express the problem is a great way to find control over trying to scout for people, whoever it is. Not even it doesn't have to be a therapist, but highly encouraged to be people who are you would commit to listening to you. And then it takes a really long time, right? Because a therapist has to form all the information from the start. If you have a family member, they might know more and have ahead of time, but there's also subjectivity. Some things they can ignore or not see because you do it very often. But you have the power to express that, explain those things. And that's where I feel like I can do something most of the time on the internet. I can help people express their problems and make it normal for them to explain things. Now, that doesn't mean that's a sign of weakness. When you can express your problems very well to another person, you might also be able to solve those problems. And that's where the therapist cliche comes from, right? You enter a room and it often sounds like the therapist is trying to enable you to solve your own problems, right? But it goes through a large process of the therapist asking you questions because they need to know all the information about you, and fingers crossed, when you're constantly answering their questions, the solutions and the problems become clear to you as well. And that's what you can do with strangers too. So for me, that's what I do for strangers. When you ask, like I'm asking you, so I'm asking you like, so how's your life? How are you feeling, right? And if you can express those things, that means you can probably find the answer. So why don't you think you would be a good therapist or in another life? It's another life because I've already chosen a career, and it would take a very long time to be able to do those things. And I'm like purposefully fulfilled at not having to do those things. Like I enjoy teaching. Teaching came first. So in order to be really happy, I don't typically dwell on what is or what could be, but what I am and what I can do at the moment. So whether I'm a therapist or a teacher, I can do things that overlap with them. I don't necessarily need to be a therapist to be able to be relatable, sympathetic, and help people feel better about themselves, or encourage them to be creative and ambitious and youthful, right? Don't necessarily have to be a therapist for that, or a teacher even. So when I say another day, another life, I'm specifically talking about being like labeled or qualified as a therapist. And I will continue to say that I'm not a therapist. So it may be very encouraging to go seek a therapist. And I think the one thing anyone can do, in my opinion, is what I chose to be instead of a therapist and a teacher, which is to focus on communication skills. Be a learner for life, like a scholar for life, and communicate as well as I can and encourage other people to see that communication is fantastic. If you don't know how to solve a problem, communication can be the line in which it could help you solve your problem. So here's my TLDR, like my hot take. This is a pretty hot one. Here's my hot take on something. You know, the internet 0 and 1 question. Would you like the ability to solve everything, or feel like you can solve everything? Would you like to feel that you can solve everything, or feel that you can express everything? The reason why I'm putting these in the same category is because it helps me explain where I am. I think most people that I talk to will probably choose to feel like they can solve everything. And when they say, when they think of solving everything, they think of I can solve everything. And for me, I actually would prefer to be able to express everything. Because now we're talking about we. So this one is a good one to think about. Not that I know which one is the right answer. I'm just saying I lean towards this. Why did you choose those as your life goals? Scholar for life and great communication skills? That's a good question. I think the quickest answer to why is I can do it for life. I can see myself doing it for life. And that's it. It sounds... I'm not trying to make it sound simple. It's not simple. The things that I choose, those are the things I choose because I can see doing them until my dying days. not a lot of people choose things that they can do for life, or they think they can do for life, right? That's what a life goal is. So I can see myself doing it for a lifetime. So it is as broad as I can get, but it's as specific as I can get, but still do it for life. So for example, under this scholar for life, what is under the scholar for life? Right? Scholar for life. What is under this? Learning, right? So that includes a lot of things, quite a lot of things. So then I get to choose what I do for learning. Does this can you exhaust this? Is the question. Some people, when they're younger, which is fine because they have limited experience, when they think about things they can do for life, if you ask like my friend who's in his mid-20s, right? Mid-20s, he wish he could play a few video games for the rest of his life, right? So slowly and surely, when I'm talking with him, his life is getting bigger. His life is becoming bigger. So there are a lot of other things that are starting to create bigger life goals. So at some point, your umbrella grows bigger, and that umbrella is trying to be as big as it needs to be, but not too big to make it feel helpless, like there's too many things. So while as someone's getting older, it kind of goes the other way. It's more, what does his life grow bigger mean? Yes, more things. More things to think about, right? And I would like to think that I'm adding to it. Well, he knows me now, right? So maybe it's not just about playing a few video games for the rest of his life. Maybe we go and hang out sometime, so his life grows bigger. There are other things involved. He's gonna make new friends. Maybe bump into a significant other. Maybe I'll find someone that's a good match for him. You never know. So that's kind of the thing, right? You want, in my opinion, a big enough life goal that you can see yourself doing it for a lifetime, and in reality, it provides for a lifetime. So when I'm talking about communication skills, I don't see an end for communication skills. I think every year there's going to be a silly potato who is learning the ropes of trying to overcome their nervousness and their introversion, and I can do something about it. I can continue to work on my communication skills to adapt to the future. Teaching is like that. Every year, every 4 years, it's change. So I thought I would do teaching for a while, right? Then it just became bigger than that. Communication skills is bigger than teaching. It's on top of teaching. Teachers have to have good communication skills in order to communicate with students, and students have to develop those communication skills as well. That's what that is, right? And then learning is really big umbrella. So I start to decide why learning is so interesting, because it applies to most things. If I tell myself that I'm doing something for the sake of learning, that's enough for me to want to pursue it. It becomes easier for me that way, for myself, not comparing it to other people. Other people have other things that come easier. Money, clout, subscribers, viewer count, right? Grades. publication, right? So you find as many of these things as you can in the course of your life, so that when one falls out, you still have more left over. There's still more, obviously. Family, right? Family is a big one. Children, even. Like, family can be separated into siblings, like your existing family. And then you have children, a family of your own. More things to live for. And sometimes life does shrink, right? It can contract. So the goal for me is when I'm around people and my friends, I want their life to grow bigger, not smaller. If it's allowed to grow bigger, right? Like, grades are not part of my life anymore. I don't get grades in the same way. I don't get pleasure from clout, subs. I don't like money, viewer accounts. So I need to continue to grow bigger. So, like, for my life goals, I used to do publications too. Now I don't have children yet. So, and I have a sibling, I have a sister, and I still have family. And then I have friends. Friends continue to grow bigger. Friends is a gigantic spot. And then I have strangers. I have the YouTube. Like, I grow videos. Videos is what I like to record. I grow skills. Skills are great. So keep trying to do that. And I like to continue to spend the rest of my life encouraging other people to seek that. Like, what else interests you? If you have a general interest, it's great. Use that general interest. If you have an entire list of specific interest, hopefully that's enough. Like, that's enough to keep you happy. Oftentimes, I think the internet, like the algo, limits the general interest. And when you limit general interest, your specific interest is responsible for your happiness, right? So if you only have one interest, and it's a really specific one, like being number one in Fortnite, your source of happiness is very dependent on a very specific case. So to go back to your first question, I have a very strong general interest in things. It's actually what I'm working on right now is trying to have some specific interest, because I can't answer that question very well. Like, I don't have very specific reasons to enjoy things. I love enjoying things. I like talking to people. I could sit here and watch people tell me about their lives, and maybe I'll find interest in their lives from seeing it, right, or hearing it, because my interest is very general. So it's kind of the opposite. What isn't, it's probably a lot easier to tell you what I specifically am not interested in. I can, like, list things, right? Maybe this is a dumb question, but if your source of happiness is getting straight A's and I don't get straight A's, what should you do? You can, well, there are many ways to do this, right? I'm sure you have done many of these, right? So let's say if you need to get straight A's and that is your source of happiness, okay, as you said, and it has to happen, right? It has to happen. So you can ask yourself, what is an A? Right? And then obviously you can answer that question. I would ask you what is an A? And you might say report card, or like your reports, right? Your teacher gives you A's. Okay? So you can, and then I would ask you, what does that A stand for? Like, what makes it an A? You can choose to maybe take it from your teacher's perspective or from your perspective. Right, your perspective. Now, if you can explain your perspective and even your teacher's perspective, you might be able to find out the things that make you desire a straight A. Right? It could be, I don't know, the number itself, the progress you make, the time you save. And to me, if you understand the things that drive you to want those A's, you can then try again, right? You can try again, only this time you address one of those things. Like, are you trying to save time? That's one of the things. For me, when I was younger, lots of people wanted to get straight A's because it takes less time to get money. Right? So they know that, and they find all the things that gets them the A so they can speed up getting money. That's what drives them. So they can understand the nature of their work. And this is too general because they have far more specific things. And I can't name them because I didn't live their life. Like, for example, getting into a med school, joining a fraternity. So those are the stuff that drives people, right? These become their source of happiness, and it also becomes their source of sadness or disappointment. The idea is, if you're looking for something that addresses your happiness, there's also a chance that it can lead to sadness and disappointment. And the thing about this is it's a great way to tell that you are interested in something. The moment you think like, oh, that's okay, like I don't care. That's neither happiness nor sadness. You did not risk anything. You're not having the opportunity to gain something. So if there's a silver lining in this, when you're talking about your sources of happiness, you can find sources of happiness and look at them, because they might also be the places where you feel sad and disappointment. When you feel numb to the thing, that's neither a source of happiness nor sadness. So these things are like materials sometimes, right? You hear a lot of people who say, oh man, I really love cars, and they just buy so many cars only to realize that it neither brings them happiness nor sadness nor disappointment. It feels like nothing. So that's when you kind of start to worry about a person. But if you truly believe that your source of happiness is getting a straight A's, then you will have perspectives. You will likely have perspectives and be able to explain why is it that it is your source of happiness. And personally, if you have a friend, a therapist, a teacher, they would probably ask you the same questions if they're trying to empathize and sympathize with you. They will ask you, can you name the reasons why this makes you happy? I can show you an example of my own. Why is learning Chinese a source of my happiness? Well, when I got to stream it, and then I get to talk to people like you. I met Beep recently. I also met Danny. And you might be thinking, well, how does learning Chinese have anything to do with artwork? When I was learning Chinese, it allowed me, inspired me to do artwork. These things are tied. And when I'm drawing things, it was influenced by the Chinese and the Japanese. So my source of happiness is starting to grow. It's growing attached to my thing. So a source leads to more sources, right? So I'm growing myself. And if you're looking at your A's, right? Say you're not getting A's. So you're not getting A's in your way, or the way that it's currently done. Trying to break it down or see how it's related to something else can give you new sources of happiness, right? It leads to new sources. Remember I want to be realistic with you. Remember that those new sources of happiness can also be sources of sadness. And that's kind of one of the tough realities of the human mind. Things that are able to make you happy, they're also able to make you sad. The good news, in my opinion, is that I think most healthy people, when they understand what motivates them, they ultimately have more happy things than sad things. Right? And that's kind of what I would think of. If I am trying to say I want to be a therapist, I'll use our example here. If I want to be a therapist, and I already told you, well, it's a little kind of late for me, right? I chose a path of teaching and science, but the physical sciences, right? That doesn't mean I can't enjoy the aspect of being a therapist. So what I described to you is I asked myself, so what makes teaching great? What made science great? I talked about empathy, objectivity, critical thinking, communication skills. So can I use these things to derive something from a therapist? I can. Now I can tell you the difference and the similarities between them, right? And that's my way of explaining why, while I'm teaching, I can at least still love something that isn't that same thing. So why is that important? Well, if I wanted A's and I can't get A's, how else can I get the A's without actually getting the A's? Right? So there are different ways. One would be getting B's in hard things, or turning your C's into B's. Though these things will provide, for me personally, not for you, because I don't know what the answers are. When you see improvement, for me, like when I see improvement over time, it feels like an A. So I understand that A's make me feel good because it tells me that I have progress. I'm making progress. I'm doing better. Those are the things that are important to me about what A's are. So where else can I get them? I can turn my B's, or I can get B's in really hard courses that I don't typically take. That's another way to feel like an A. And then if I take all my weaker grades and convert them into better grades, that also captures a part of A's, getting A's. And I'm gonna tell you now, like I'll share with you a real example. My A streak, my straight A streak, stopped when I was at grad school. Actually, technically, it kinda ended in college. Technically. The average didn't end out of the A, but in grad school, I didn't get straight A's in grad school. Now the difference is I was catching up in grad school. I was catching up somewhat in college too. And I was catching up in high school. And also middle school. So most of the time, A's can look different. And the good thing, in my opinion, the reassuring thing that I want to end with is a lot of times the answer is with you. It's you that have the answer. Now, what can other people do for you though? What can they help you with? They can give you ideas to better define what it is that make you happy. So they can give you as many examples of happiness. However, that's where it ends. You extract that information and you test whether things give you happiness. Like when you're nervous, I know this sounds like turning a bad thing into a good thing. When you're nervous, there's a chance for happiness. So things that make you nervous and you suddenly become good at them probably end up happiness. Things that you're worried about, when you solve them, probably become good and lead to happiness, right? So getting straight A's, if you're worried about this, that's a great example that it is important to you. Now the question is, can you help yourself and maybe help others understand why it's so important, right? Why? And no, it doesn't matter if other people don't think it's important. You're answering it for yourself. Like, why is it important for me to spend a year using HanziHero? I can explain that to you. And I try to explain it every 100 days, actually, to myself, really. And then if anyone cares, they can listen to it, right? Why is it important for me right now to spend more time talking to you because you're asking me questions? Communication skills. And then we come to the present. What is a great example of someone with good, or what I believe is good communication skills? Explaining this stuff. Because I think this stuff is really important for anyone who's hanging around on the internet for too long. Because I truly believe there is a lot of communication deficits. Largely because the internet is making it easy to believe that you're specially screwed. And it's not that anybody is intentionally doing it. It's that it makes you feel like you're especially screwed, right? Because you only see the best in people. You typically, right, when you're looking for an example, if you're always responding to a question, right, like you have a problem and you go to the internet for the solution, then no matter what, everything you see on the internet are people who have solutions, but they're not your solutions most of the time. So when you do them, it might not even bring that much happiness. It might not even bring that much awareness because someone else solved the problem. And that's what I want to emphasize. I can encourage people to want to solve their problem, to want to talk about their problems to themselves. They don't have to go around and talk about like emphasizing, you know, like, hey guys, I have a problem, right? Can you pity me? Situation, right? That's not the goal here. The goal is, if you practice expressing it with someone you trust or yourself, one day you can explain it and people won't pity you. Like, people don't have to pity you. They can sympathize with you, or they can empathize with you. And that's when you know you have the ability to express yourself. The moment you get increase in empathy, your communication skills have evolved to a point where if you can't find the solution for yourself, you can bring other people into you, like to communicate with you. So that's why I meant by the 0 and 1 question. I would prefer, in my opinion, I wish that other people will be able to express everything. Because life is sucky as an individual, right? It can be great for some time, but humans are inherently communal, right? Communal and social creatures, right? There's going to be a time when you're too young to do something, too old to do something, too down to do something. So if you're able to express, quote unquote, most things that you need, that would be very reassuring. Do you think social media will be banned or significantly limited in the future? I think social media will look different, is what I can say for sure. And I don't think it's very soon. I mean, it's very far off. Like in the next 2 years, there's probably going to be an unprecedented change of differences. Now, whether it's banned or limited is when you're talking about whether something will exist anymore, right? Like something will, what I can say is it would look different because it would change. So maybe not so much banned, but the thing transformed into something different entirely. So what was limited is largely because it changed. So one thing I would say that is like very likely to change or look different in the future is exactly this. It's the form of expression, like expression and communication skills. I think there is something that is pushing back, and discoverability. These are things that will probably be significantly changed. And when these are in the front, then there are other things that, quote unquote, become limited or not encouraged. Because you have to remember that having these things means some other things go by the wayside. Like, for example, there's going to be a less emphasis on numbers. Right? Like, the difference between someone who has 1 million followers versus someone who has 500,000 or 1,000. This stuff may take a back seat to the quality of the interaction. Consistency, doing the same thing, for example, doing the same thing as long as possible might give way to doing few things as best as possible. And what I mean by that is not the same as few versus not like specializing in some. When you're doing the same thing, you're specializing in a few things that is related to one thing. And this has already started changing, by the way. The people who have done one dominant thing for a very long time, most of their channels now feature 3 separate channels, or even more actually, where they are doing different things. Like how, like, back behind the scenes thing is a great example. uh BTS, the behind the scenes stuff, like how things were made, that is on the up. That is significantly trending upward, right? Before social media, not long ago, podcasts were non-existent. Now podcasts is on the rise because podcasts introduces a deeper discussions, right? So I do think that it will eventually, there will be very different things. Whether they're limited or banned, I don't think that's really necessary. Do you think that additiveness will ever diminish, either through a company's own virtue or through the government trying to impose limitations? Probably, but we have to keep in mind that governments and companies interact with users and they interact with each other. So one can't entirely operate on its own. They're not separate things. Right? They're not separate things. They're tied things. So when I say something is different, all of it is connected. So any one thing changing creates a change in another thing. So if a government tries to impose limitations on things, then it in itself will impose back on those limitations. So it's very hard. But whether it diminishes or additive, it's very difficult, like, to anticipate. At least for me, I'm not an expert in this, and I don't have like influence or power, so I don't think about these things. I typically know after the fact. And when I'm making predictions, if I have to make predictions, right, I usually say like safe things. And what I can earnestly say is social media is not going to be the same in 2 years. Roughly speaking. Maybe even 1 year. I don't know. The pace is pretty fast now. So maybe things will be banned or limited. But then new things will be not limited and they'll be new or unlimited. So while things get banned, new things are not are coming into existence, right? And we'll see. Not that I'm saying social media is, I don't think things stay constant. Humans don't stay constant. Humans are not, in my opinion, meant to be constant. It feels great though. I will assure you, it feels great. Sort of. By the feels great thing, I mean it feels effortless. You know, if you want things to stay the same. Like, if you already have straight A's, you hope that you keep getting straight A's and that it stays effortless, right? That kind of feels great. And then another part of the human thing is it starts to feel less and less great over time. Not because anything changed. Like, what do you mean? Like the quality of the A's, like A's will still be A's. However, when something stays the same for a very long time, it's less and less significant. In regards to the decline of interpersonal communication, what do you think needs to change for humans to get back to a good level of communication skills? Maybe, I don't think they need to be changed, but some ideas, right? You know, some ideas. I don't know what is specifically needed, but maybe desirable. Some desirable things. Since I only work, you know, I only do this like Twitch and YouTube, right? the one thing is to reduce the ratio, and I don't know the specifics of how to do that. Reduce the ratio of the service provider to the user experience. Now, this sounds like a lot of technical jargon, so I'll give you an example. When one content creator is in, like, for example, a content creator is incentivized somehow, I don't know the business side because I don't even know if this is business possible. So a content creator is far more focused in retaining 1,000 people than trying to grow to 100,000. There are more incentives to maintain a consistent population than a expanded population. That can increase interpersonal communication skills, because now creators will then be pressured to find ways to increase retention. And not in the retention in the same way as this thing, where the number goes up better with retention too. So there is an overlap. The idea is that to incentivize, there's no system to incentivize establishing long-term relationships with anyone. There's only a decentivization for this. You are decentivized to want to connect with anyone because it's a numbers game. So when you have a career or the major outlet of people's interactions to focus on spreading your attention, right? Then that will be the social norm. A content creator will see that 1,000 is not as important as 100,000. But the reality is, when you have communication skills, if you are able to communicate effectively to 1,000 people, that gives you the time and effort to create deeper communication skills. Because these individuals will have to, but that's not incentivized. The YouTube algorithms, that's not how that works. And Twitch, that's not how that works either. And also in reality, when it comes to influence, like, in politics and whatnot, and even religion, it's very similar story. It's about the number of reach. Your influence is based on the reach of your influence, not the quality of your influence. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist. Not pragmatic. This is not pro-business right now, right? So that could greatly increase interpersonal communication skills. Largely because inherently when people spend time with each other, their communication skills are incentivized to keep each other company. So what's a great way to highlight a communications, like a community that is quote unquote incentivized to be tightly knit, have more communication skills. Now, those groups can present another obstacle for social media. Those groups can create echo chambers. So there are pros and cons to all of these things. That's why I don't know the answer. Because if they're tightly knit and they are likely to communicate really well, that also means they can create echo chambers and closed communities, which makes it harder for other people to join. So it's a balancing act that you have to do, right? When people communicate really well within a group, there are gatekeepers, right? Because the wall is bigger, so it's less casual friendly. And that means it can be less welcoming. And that's anti-business right now. Because right now in the tech field, it's about being as casual forward as possible. Getting the most people to join your platform. So they make the most generalizable stuff. Things that do not have a deeper level of connection. Because that takes time, it takes money. And this is one of the major sources of poor interpersonal communication. And I don't want to use the word poor. What I can tell you, in my opinion, is that the baseline communication skill, right? Communication skill. This baseline is how to be sufficient for success. And the level that I'm thinking of is somewhere up here. Like arbitrarily, it's above this baseline. Until this baseline is required to raise up to be pragmatic, there's no reason to do so. So right now, the way everyone's interacting with each other, like how content creators and sponsors and businesses interact with each other and governments interact with each other, this is the communication block that they have. That's all you need, right? That's what the system is. So you don't have to they have good communication skills. They have the sufficient. So when you're saying, if you're asking me what communication skills need to change, overall, there isn't a need to change it yet. Bans, limitations, enforcement is when needs happen, right? And I can't even imagine what that's like to make a decision like that. For me, when I'm talking about communication skills, it's because I don't represent the majority. Like, this is the minority. And I don't use a lot of these skills, actually. Like, the skill difference between this and this, regardless of how much I'm operating here, it doesn't make a big difference. Right? And I'm not saying this from a sadness point of view. It doesn't necessarily bother me. I will continue to cater to the minority. Right? This is why whatever I'm doing now is niche. It doesn't resonate with most people because you don't need these communication skills. You don't need these to function on social media. I can point this stuff out, but that doesn't mean people want that to change. The necessary thing is to make it required, or nudge the people, or incentivize the people to want it. Maybe not necessarily need it, to want it. Personally, I argue that when you want better communication skills, the need will follow. Because in my opinion, personally, my opinion is that people need communication skills to overall lift both the minority and the majority relations. So to me, I think it's a win-win for minority and majority people who are having problems, and raising communication skills can affect that. It can also produce other, like, anti-business things. It can make it harder to fund content creators, for example. Like, for example, YouTube, to do that, YouTube might not be free anymore while they're transitioning. Twitch will be more selective with allowing people to stream, right? These are the things that will go away. likely, because now you have limited resources. If they're focusing on like what I'm proposing, right? You have to increase the number of content creators per person, per like 1,000 people. But that also means that there are going to be that many more content creators, right? They have to pay more content creators to keep this ratio low. So they have to redesign their system to incentivize that it's about the quality of the relationship. That would also mean that I might not be around anymore. So it is very tough to know what the consequences of these things are. I might not be able to stream anymore. There will overall be an increase of number of like streamers and interactions. So say like now, because of this change, there won't be like the top 100 streamers that account for 99% of all traffic, right? There will be maybe now it will be the top 100,000 streamers that account for 99.9% of the traffic. But this means this produces another business problem. Now you're trying to incentivize these 100,000 people to perform a certain way, and that costs more money than just concentrating on 4 or even 10. Actually, I would probably argue that on stream, on Twitch, I don't have hard data for this, but I would say the top 10 probably have more than 70% of all Twitch traffic. And that would be unfair, technically, to them. That creates a new problem. So what would happen if suddenly Twitch decides we're gonna favor quality over quantity? These people they would eventually leave, right? And there goes a huge source of revenue and a problem. So you can't control how humans, the end user, right, the content creator, how the content creator is going to react to something. So my ideas are not that great to me. Most of my ideas come with pluses and minuses. But if I were very influential and I wanted to increase interpersonal communication, my agenda, right, if I had an agenda, would to decrease the ratio of relationships, of parasocial relationships. So find an infrastructure that incentivizes people to not be pressured to expand numbers. Like, this looks better than this. Until, in my opinion, this changes, this mindset changes in design, interpersonal communication skills are irrelevant. Like, it's not very required, because the skills required for one person to communicate to like 10 million people is very different from the skills required to keep in touch with 1,000 people. Those are very different. So for me, I'm biased. I've never been in this position. Actually, to me, this is scary as all get out. This is scary. Like, I don't understand this. I genuinely don't. I have a few examples. John Green and Hank Green talk about this a lot, especially John Green, who he's a very like this, in my opinion, but he was able to do a lot of things that became this. So did Hank, but I think Hank actually thrives on doing this. So, and I have similar like thoughts and concerns and stuff when I'm talking about these things as these guys do. However, that doesn't mean that they liked it. like John specifically expressed that it's great to become a celebrity and whatnot, or like it's fun to do that, but often it's about this. But they do it anyways, and then Nerdfighteria is really big and have a large audience and whatnot, and it comes with the pros and cons. So I would say this would be one of the main main suggestions: finding ways to incentivize, not by number and quantity. It's trying to define it by quality. Until that is normalized, so many other things don't matter that much at the moment. Like, for example, how do you get a large quantity of clout? Shorts. TikTok. Why do you think the 1 to 10 ratio is scary? 10 million is scary? Is because then I would cease. I can't communicate to them. Like, the very nature of having a lot of people is that you lose the interpersonal nature of it. You're expecting 10 million people to have a good parasocial relationship with you. That is very irrational. You're going to end up sacrificing that. You would be lost. You get lost in it, right? A lot of times people talk about how to lose oneself. Lose oneself. That happens. It's a very common occurrence. I would be overwhelmed. That's why I'm scared of it. I'm overwhelmed. I'm not equipped for it. Now, hear me out. I think I can make it work. But that comes at the sacrifice of the communication that I'm talking about. So I would no longer be able to do it. Right? You might be thinking, well, you can still teach the communication skills, right? Well, it would get lost in the 10 million. It's difficult for people to feel connected if they are part of a, like, what I mean is, what makes a large community connected to each other is that the community itself forms an infrastructure where people collect in different nodes. So that community itself is formed of many sub-communities. And that can create that. And it is possible. It's scary because it's generally not that common. Usually what happens is communities end up battling each other. And they end up like splintering and having conflicts of interest. Which is what happens when communication breaks down. And you can't police that stuff. You can't do any of that stuff when you're one person. So what happens is you size up. You become an organization. And now we're talking about YouTube and the government and stuff again. So you size up and you hope to create an organization that can lower this ratio. So then it wouldn't be 1 to 10 million anymore. It would be an organization of you to that 10 million. Right? And that's when you can possibly lose yourself. There's a chance whoever I'm not saying it will or will not happen. The idea is that that's what you're sacrificing. That's what you're trying to compromise. It's difficult to have both. Right? Because 1 to 10 is still not the same as 1 to 100 or even 1 to 1,000. Yeah. I forgot what I was talking about after the question. And generally speaking, it is what it is now. And I'm kind of curious what will happen in the future. Like, how will this change in the future? I'm not looking to say or predict what's going to happen. It would be interesting to see if some of my concerns are addressed. But what I can see now is that when you think you're having a parasocial relationship, right? And you know that you belong to a large audience, a lot of times you don't have to say anything. And if you want to say something, you get drowned out. Or even your desires, yourself gets drowned out. And then say you're really influential and you're able to reach this person who is the person with the parasocial relationship, right? Say you can reach this person. And even then, that person has to listen to you. Which, if they're focused on the 10,000, they would favor them over you. Because 10,000 people is greater than the interest of one person. That's pragmatism, right? It's pragmatic. It's pragmatic. And it's utilitarian. I'm not sure if you're familiar with utilitarian, but utilitarian means like whatever suits the whole more than the individual is always the best choice. So when you're focused and you have a model like this, you'll always favor the majority over the minority. And without favoring the minority, you don't need additional communication skills. You only need the communication skills necessary to talk to a bunch of people. Well, if a bunch of people is going to spread out your attention, then it's about this much. It doesn't necessarily require you to like develop any deeper ones. And the expectation matches that. Like if you're 1 in 10 million, well, someone's got to have complained about it, right? Oh, I saw this video that is pretty bad and I hope they know. It's like, well, there are like 10 million of us. Someone's got to know, right? That type of thing. So you don't have to incentivize yourself to do anything about your communication, but there are a lot of you. And then it's vice versa. This is not true for everything. I think this is true for a significant number of things. And that can improve interpersonal communication skills. Like if I'm suggesting something that may create a significant change, like a significant improvement, not like change the world, like make an actual change, like a delta, right? It's kind of like your A's, right? If you're already having C's, a potential delta is to get B's. It doesn't go straight to A's. This is what I'm suggesting. One of the ways to increase interpersonal communication skills is to reduce the people who are providing the service. That service usually deals with communication. And the consumer, which in this case, when we're talking about social platforms, like you're specifically referring to social media, the service is often the content provider, the content creator, and the consumer is the viewer or the listener, right? And I think YouTube has been working on this, by the way. I'm not sure about Twitch. Twitch is kind of working on it. So here's a few features that I think has been going towards this direction. So if I have examples, like it would maybe strengthen my case. So soon, live stream on YouTube will have generators for live streams. Now, why is this a little bit different? And generators is for like clipping live streams. Clipping for live streams. Right now, there's absolutely no way someone will ever be interested in an incredibly long format live stream because they are still stuck with 30-second clips and highlight clips, right? So one way they're trying to improve engagement as a win-win, right? A win-win, a win for YouTube and also for the company, and a win for content creators, a subset of content creators is like me. I look forward to seeing how it works. But one day, there's going to be a generator that will clip what I'm doing right now, this moment that you're having with me, without needing me to do it. Because in order for me to do this and edit this part, it would be a diminished return. The business model does not support trying to create like long form content and conversation like this to compete with short form content or shorter form content. So that is one way YouTube is trying to do that. There's also YouTube, I haven't started this yet, I already mentioned this another day. YouTube has decided to subdivide into different categories. So there's going to be a new category that they're testing called courses. And these courses are pre-selected. And what I mean by pre-selected is YouTube has indicated that this is evaluated for instruction, for teaching. So what they can also do is to have people choose categories like Twitch, right? Like Twitch, but also have an enforcement of what goes in that category. So then when people go to a category, they are expecting to have a deeper conversation with it. Twitch has tried this for a very long time now, where they would do like different subject matter, right? Different subject matter like the sports section or the life section and whatnot. But the thing is, this isn't moderated. So anyone can do anything in these, so if it's relevantly like slightly available. However, Twitch has been working on things too, like stream collaboration, like constantly focusing on stream collaboration, or constantly incentivizing active participation, right? And it's slow and steady steps, like tiny steps. And how does this work? Well, if you are having problems, like if it's 1 to 10, 100,000, right? But what happens if one content creator is to one content creator, and then their communities are incentivized to interact with another community? Well, now you have a opportunity to lower the ratio. So that's a different way to approach it, and that's what Twitch is leaning on, in my opinion. Most of the newer features, what they're trying to do to work to Twitch's advantage as a win-win, is that they're creating the numbers and making the groups, the parallel groups, interact with each other. So when they interact with each other, engagements can go up, viewerships can go up. The idea is this can improve also interpersonal communication skills. That leads to what Twitch really wants, which is retention, right? Retention is very paramount when you have a deeper loyalty. YouTube is going a different route. YouTube is going through discoverability route. So they want discoverability to be vetted in some way, in my opinion. So when you go to those sections, the people are expecting to have conversation with that. And that's kind of nice. It is kind of what YouTube does. So it's doing it in a different way. And I look forward to seeing how well it ends up becoming. I've changed your perspective on things. You made me realize how vast certain topics can be, and breaking it down, the subcomponents, and focusing on small things can make things seem a whole lot better. That's what I feel. That's what you, hopefully whatever you're learning, school, like computer science, communication, being able to explain things to yourself and then looking at it from a different angle, like if you have a problem, right? If you have a problem, you can look at it at a different angle, different subjective angle. Like these can be divided into objective and subjective angle, right? And then you can bring in related problems, or deconstruct them into smaller problems. It creates a way to encourage yourself to not look at the problem as a source of negative thing that you want to avoid. You want to explore the problem because that's probably where you're going to get your strength as well. Right? When this problem gets understood in some way, even the tiniest bit that you can, it means you're getting better at it. You've understood it a little bit more. So talking with other people or talking with yourself, writing things down, making work. So you can do like a lot of artists do, or like myself, I use streaming as a way to communicate and attack some of those problems that honestly they're my problems, or like problems that quote unquote my problems, but they're not negative problems. They're a source of strength that I can talk about. How am I managing these things right now? How am I addressing them? Because addressing problems make you stronger. And it also makes you feel a lot better. In my opinion, it's likely to make you feel like you're in control. And if the future is so uncertain, you can solve it. Or it builds you up, right? It gives you the self-esteem to be like, sometimes I take it easy. Sometimes A's, I'll get S's. Like, what are S's? Well, you never heard about them. Let me explain them to you, what an S is. For me, when I get an S when someone says, huh, never thought of it that way. That's my S. This is an S score. What does S stand for? And I know this is going to sound really cliche and cheesy. Special. Yes, S, you FC the OSU map. Exactly. Right? But hear me out. I'll give you one better. When you FC an OSU map, how you FC is an S. Because people don't know how you FC'd it. And you're gonna be saying, well, you can measure the number of like near misses, and yeah, but the way you played it, no one is going to be you FCing the OSU map. You are unique. You like the jiggle, the wobble, the sudden thoughts. Learn what that S means. Like replay your FC. Ask yourself, what were you thinking, you silly goober? What were you thinking when you were about to FC your OSU map? That makes you understand more of yourself. And as much as I love a therapist to be able to do that, they would have to be your friend. They practically have to be your friend in order to understand. Like when you walk into a therapist's office, right? We're gonna go all the way back to the beginning. When you walk into a therapist's office, you can ask yourself, is it reasonable for yourself to think that the therapist would be an OSU 4-digit player? I mean, it could happen, but what are the chances? Now, you might be thinking, okay, well, if they're not, then I just go skip to the next OSU therapist. No, you could try to think, I know myself really, really well now. I can tell them all the things that would help them help me. And then you have the perspective of the therapist. You have captured what the therapist is trying to do. Because the therapist, the moment you step in their office, their thought is, okay, where can I start so I can find a point of sympathy and empathy? And how fast can I get there? Because the faster I get there, the more likely I'm going to be successful. So their goal is consistently trying to ask the right questions. The right questions are the things that get the person to explain something that they can use back. And sometimes you have to find different therapists, right? Sometimes you have to find different streamers. And if that ratio goes down, then you have more choices, right? Like, what are the chances that you'll come across someone that would talk about this stuff right now the way I'm talking about it? Probably not very likely, in my opinion. And that's what therapists are sometimes. And unfortunately, that also makes them terrible therapists for many other people, right? The more specific you are about yourself, and you need those specifics to be real and actionable, it can also mean that the depth of your understanding can be a little bit limited to a point where only a specific therapist will even engage with you in a right way, or like in the way that you want. And that's also true for teachers, friends, family. Pretty much anyone you communicate with will end up having that same bottleneck. The nice thing is, though, that I would say to you, and if you're like much younger than, me, who's about to enter my middle age, life has wonderful things you can do that allow you to identify those things. And the more the people around you enables you to do that, and encourage you to do that, the more likely you'll feel in control, in my opinion. Like, here's a great one. Sometimes when a movie gets a really, really, really bad score, and I tell myself, it can't be that bad, right? But I'll probably dislike it. But wait, the act of people disliking it might make me interested in it. That's the kind of level that I like to think other people may have, where despite knowing what the statistical average is, you can also find value in whatever it is that you're interested in. Then those A's are still A's. Those B's are still B's. But they're not stopping you from trying, because you have plenty of ideas for a lifetime. You never give up. You'll never give up. And you will try to feel a fulfilled life despite that. Does it make you interested because you want to know why people find it so bad? Yes, I do. For me, empathy is king. I'm not interested in myself very much anymore. I know this sounds a little ironic in the sense that I'm trying to also encourage you to find out about yourself, but I did most of that in my life. The things I'm describing, like my first 38 years, I would say like my first 35 years of my life, I was focused on myself the whole time. Like, my identity is I'm kind of quote unquote running out of ideas in a different way, right? Like, I'm not really that interested in myself. So most of the time I run for empathy. So whenever someone says, like, you come by, they're like, I love this game, and they are able to tell me about it, and they answers my questions. The more questions they answer, the more they share their soul with me, the more I'm going to do it. Because I'm looking for more things. I'm looking for things, other people's ideas to bring into my life. Because I spend a lot of time thinking about myself, rattling in my brain. And what keeps me very occupied all the time is having these type of discussions. I want to know about you and whatnot. And therefore, that explains why I'm a little bit disappointed in on the internet. But I want to change that. Or at least I'm going to try to change that with people I talk to. I want to change the people that I meet on the internet to make them more, to like try to encourage them to be more expressive people. Because I want to bring them into my world, but I also want them to bring me into their world. And if I can't do that when I'm too tired to stream and stuff, I will try to find other places of empathy. And that's why I play video games for empathy. I don't derive very much pleasure from, like, I don't know, clicking heads to make myself like the best, or like make myself feel better. I don't need to make myself feel better. I feel really great. Like most of the time. I'm sorry, that sounded like a really humble brag. I'll try to do a humble brag. I feel great most of the time. I want to know what makes other people sad. I want to know what makes people happy. So then I can talk about those things. I can share my sadness. I can share my happiness. This makes my life bigger. I want a life that's basically bigger than just me. And the things I'm discussing is the people around me. I like to think if they stuck around me long enough, their life gets bigger too. Not because I'm bigger, because they become happy enough that all they want now is to get as many experiences as they can in life. Everything seems interesting. Quote unquote, everything. So now we go back to your very first question. I truly do believe I have a general interest in most things. That the people around me care about. On top of all my personal interests. So now I don't feel like I'm going to ever run out of things to care about and be interested in. So I get up in the morning, I get up every day, and I specifically just wonder, what is Beep going to tell me today? What is Danny gonna show me today? That's what I think about. Because if they don't show up, I still have my personal interest. So I get up, I stream for a personal interest. A personal general interest. Because I'm building myself up every single day for the off chance of interacting with the people that I care about. Or anybody who care enough to interact. Like the very conversation that we're having now, I spend years trying to cultivate and talk about, so that one day, whenever someone gives me the time of day, I want to be able to make them feel good, even for 10 seconds or an hour, however long. Now, there is one big caveat to this. I don't want them to become dependent on me. And that is another big area that YouTube and Twitch will have to deal with if they decide to go into interpersonal communication. Because a lot of times you need an infrastructure to support codependency. You already see how terrible it is now, like arguably terrible it is now, when it's like the ratio is 1 to 10 million of codependency. Parasocial relationships create codependency because of engagement requirements, right? When was the last time you quit? Like I'm not assuming that you watch TikTok, but imagine trying to rip TikTok from a kid. Someone who's attached and dependent on TikTok. They don't even know why they're attached to TikTok. The parasocial relationship, it guarantees that they pretty much don't remember any details about the content creator either. No details. No details whatsoever. In fact, sometimes you can get someone to watch 2 hours of TikTok and say nothing. They don't remember anything. Say nothing about the content they watched. That's already a problem. And this is creating codependency already, right? So when I say I build myself up for the opportunity to make someone feel good for maybe 2 hours, however long they're going to talk to. And usually, if you're wondering some statistics, like people like statistics, anyone who stays, I usually end up talking to them for 4 to 5 hours. That's how much time I give, like, plan in my study schedule. So 4 to 5 hours on top of the 8 hours I plan on studying, usually max of 3 tasks. Usually it's 4 to 5 hours. And then I don't want to expect to hear from them for months, because my expectation is if these 4 hours can make the person happy enough to go and do something, I won. It's the most rewarding feeling ever. Like, so to me, this is bad for business. And if I was a content creator who's trying to be like a professional content creator, this is horrendous. You don't want to be happy for this. You want that person to come back every single day, right? Every single day, or at least like an hour, contribute to your like stat pool, and then be like paid to pay you because they're watching ads or like doing a premium subscribe. Like subscription is that reason as well. Subscription binds you to someone. And that's why I fundamentally believe if you want something like this to happen, something's got to change. There are a lot of things, business models and mindsets and stuff that got to change slowly, gradually. Although I have a feeling it's going to be pretty violent, right? It's going to be a little bit like someone's going to stir the water, right? And I really hope, fingers crossed, I really hope it's not because of a disaster. Like what I mean is like someone attacked another person. I really hope that's not going to be the reason why this has got to change. Like the like every single day hour, I hope that's not the reason. Where like some of these stuff already happen, right? Streamer content creators get swatted because of disgruntled thing. Someone gets stalked, they get like harassed. These things come from a lack of connection between people. People feel betrayed without even knowing they betrayed someone. Like I can't, and that's the other part of being scared of the 10 million. Because for me, when I say something, if it's 10 million people, then you can't blame the content creator from being worried of what they say, of what they do. They can't form deeper connections because now we're talking about professionalism. We're talking about politics. And what happens is it becomes that detached thing where, yes, more objective, less subjective. And when someone becomes more subjective, this number actually goes down, which is good for the people involved, but not great for business. So to me, whenever someone says, I really love like having low viewer counts, and then they're saying, oh man, if only I got paid and become a professional and stuff, those two things are not the same thing. They are in conflict with each other. When you want to become professional, you start to worry about these things. And I still do, by the way. Like, for me, I'm very ill-equipped. I've worked in a field that I would say it is very important what you say. So most of the time, I get it's not that deep. And my first thought is, yes, it is. But the problem is, I'm not a casual person. And when you're saying interpersonal communication skills are not for casuals. Right? Because now we're talking about a niche market for people with communication skills. And the vast majority of people don't care about it. Like, I have to be real with myself and other people in order to be happy about it. So much like the A's things, right? When you say, what can you do if A's are your only source of happiness? You change the rules for yourself. But to change the rules in order to circumvent this, you have to understand the properties of what makes it important. Like, what is it about this that gets you that? Can you change the rules to affect that? So for me, I have changed the rules. I'm looking to invest in people that may become those 1 in 10 peeps. I don't have to do it myself. I don't need to do that. I can get the satisfaction that I can have by trying to enable other people to reach for the stars. So that's like kind of what teachers do, right? Whenever someone says, like, doesn't it feel awful? Like, teachers are the people who didn't make it, right? That's just said all the time by people who are getting straight A's, right? Teachers are the people who didn't make it. As in, like, I am doing this because I can't or won't. But the actual answer for myself is because I don't need it. But I don't mind wanting it. It's okay. Like, if I get some of this, that's good. That's extra. But I have no need for it. That's different from someone who's viewing from outside who thinks about can't and want. Oh, but for real, I can. What do you mean by teachers are the people who don't make it? Have you ever heard of like a star athlete who's young and they're really talented and they look at their coach? And oftentimes there's a very common detachment of empathy. When a star athlete lacks empathy, what they can look at in a coach is that a coach couldn't hack it. That's why they teach. There's that prevalence still exists now. Like, a teacher is someone who chose to teach instead of doing the things they teach. So for example, someone could argue that I have poor communication skills. Largely because I'm not doing it. I'm teaching it. Or someone could say something like, well, you say you know how all these things about growing your audience and being popular and stuff, but you're not popular. So there's no value to your teaching or to your advice, right? That still exists. And that's a very relevant, realistic, logical conclusion, right? The most ideal thing is you want someone, if you want a teacher, you want someone who made it big and then choose to coach or choose to teach. Now, the problem with this logic is that when you're choosing to teach, it's rarely often you have time to make it big at the same time. Because where does that time go? That's why a lot of times when someone is very good at a language, fluency, for example, at a language, a teacher has to compensate their practice of their skill in order to spend time learning how to teach it, right? That's the difference between like a skilled player hanging out with skilled players versus a skilled player teaching untrained players. Time is devoted differently, and the level of skill between these may be like means all the difference between a professional and an amateur. In reality, someone who's a teacher, the distance is like this from an untrained person. Because most skill building is that the vast majority of your skills are gained early on. It is this little, like, I'm going to say 5% difference that makes a professional different from typically your average teacher. And this is what means all the difference to the pros. And that's realistic. It's logical because they fight for the percentile. That's kind of like saying, what's the difference between a 4-digit and a 3-digit versus a 4-digit in OS and a 7-digit? If you took the time to accumulate this, it would account for a lot of the 80% of the skill gap. This can represent less than a 3% skill gap. Now, but this is this is the most important thing. Like all the most important things. While this is a different perspective. And for the record, I haven't ever thought about this in a while now. It's been like 3 years since I played OS, right? You mentioned OS. I was in the 80th percentile, and then I stopped. Then I started talking about OS, like practicing regiments and mental health and stuff. Because typically when I develop a skill, I tend to I try to gain most of this and move on from this. Because I prefer to gain multiple skills at the same time, or more than one, with the amount of time to specialize in this. And that also reflects my personality and generalized interest. Now, one skill that has diminishing return for me is I think my communication skills are fairly good, right? I might even say humbly that it's somewhere up here. So that also means that I have to be realistic with myself. The more I use my communication skills, the improvements take a lot of time. You need to do a lot of things to get better at it. So instead of making it my focus, I don't focus on my communication skills per se. I use my communication skills when I'm developing other skills. So, skill A, right? Skill B, skill C. So when I'm doing this, all of these things is making me develop my communication skills. which is still doing that thing going up. And that's what's making it different. And that's what I'm going for. That's kind of the idea behind what you just said in your university when you mentioned biology in a computer science major. This is what general education is. So when I was taking general education, what I did was I took my major and I made it applicable to my general education. So if you're wondering what my general education is, when I was in college, I was a biochem molecular biology major. My general education was logical system, psychology. I can name them because I think about them each and every day. Sociology, classic British literature, so Brit-Lit, music history, Spanish, let's see what else to have. Empire building. Did I miss psychology? No, I didn't miss psychology. Yeah, these are my general educations. Like I took my gen eds were fantastic. I still refer to most of these things pretty much on a daily basis. And I took a lot of other like lab related science electives, but these are my gen eds. I think I also took like psych math. Yeah, psych math was the other thing. And all of these things I talk about in my college education. Like, they all have value to it because I found the connection between these two. Why are all these things interesting? And then you ask me about my life goal. It's because I'm learning something. This is what I'm learning. So I often acquire a lot of skills over time because I like to be a scholar for life. I enjoy learning things. So now we go back to, is language learning a general interest? It is. You know, language learning. It's like Chinese, that's great. Do I have other experiences with other languages? Technically, I still have learned Spanish in college, right? And then, you know, psychology, that's where therapy comes in. Logical system. And then when you're thinking about social media and stuff, sociology. And then you're thinking about literature and writing, story writing, Brit-Lit, music theory, for the music stuff. And the one thing that's missing here is art. I actually took music instead of fine arts. I was thinking of taking fine arts instead, or performing arts. And then of course, here's the language feather. And then empire building deals with politics. And then psychological math deals with population statistics, along with sociology. This is where I had an understanding of whenever someone tells me about statistics, I use a lot of the psych math that I've learned in order to explain that population statistics is different from like case studies and longitudinal studies in a double-blind format, or a physical chemistry or biology experiment. It's very different. You feel like you can learn a lot from me since you have more experience and maturity, but who have you learned from or currently learn from? I'm guessing it's a lot of people, so maybe hard to name specifically. I've learned... Okay, it's kind of hard, but I can generalize for you. School is still 90% of my life. Not YouTube, not TikTok, not that. Now, when you say who I learned from or what I'm currently learning from, The rest is myself. I take information from people and I use it to learn based on my experience. This, in my opinion, is something that will come naturally when you go through university life and then start to understand yourself. Most of the time, one of the things that you have to acquire from a university, I like to hope that universities still do this. And then if you decide to go to grad school, right? One of the things that makes someone a PhD is that they learn based on their own experience. They take information they have and they synthesize it as a learning experience. So like, I don't necessarily sit there and have someone tell me what these things are. That's when you're in school, when you're in teacher, right? Teacher mode, right? You want to soak in the foundation. But beyond that foundation, most of the time now, and it's going to be different soon because I'm describing the last 7 years of my life. It's not like it doesn't happen anymore. I actually love it when it does because it reminds me of my younger self. But the last 7 years, this is what it means to be a thinker. In my opinion. Like someone asked me like what does it mean to have a PhD? It's that you're a thinker. So most of the time when you're spending your time, you're not learning from something or someone. You spend most of your time discovering by taking information and then you're testing and observing because you want to observe things that people may or may not know, but the curiosity is that you're actively discovering them. It doesn't matter if someone else discovered it. The way you're describing it, the way you're going about it is part of the thinking process. The reason why I say this might not be the same anymore is because I'm getting older. So unless I go back into science or go back to school, right? I won't actually be learning from something or someone. You end up finding out that you can learn anything without the instruction of someone else. Most of the time. I love going back to school, by the way. I love the idea when someone comes up, like Beep the other day, said like, oh, you could take a picture of the coffee stain and then like put it on the screen and use it as a prompt. I'm like, that's amazing. Why didn't I think of that? That's why I like going to school in science. When I was a kid, I was a sponge, but I was an intentional sponge. I go to school expecting someone to give me something that I can use to be interested in. Not because I'm a biochem major. Like, I like learning music because I learned something new. I like psychology and logical system because it's something that I wouldn't have known and pursued. On the internet, you don't learn things, in my opinion. You look for things that you can already understand and you don't learn new things. That's what I mean by the internet is different. You're looking for questions that only you are interested in answering, but you don't want to answer it yourself. You want to have someone else answer it for you. You don't get challenged by ideas and perspectives that are not your own. So you are no longer a thinker. You, in my opinion, not a good thing, not a bad thing. It can be very efficient. This thing is inefficient. Being a thinker is inefficient. Because if the answer is already there, you might still be interested in testing if the answer is true. And that's what I do most of the time. The stuff that I'm telling you, other people might have shared that information, but the way I go about answering that will not be reflected by someone else because it has experience behind it. If you are presenting an idea and it sounds exactly like someone else's approach and experience, then you yourself have understood someone else's work. You have not learned something from someone. You have been told what it is. As in, if this is the fastest way to learn Chinese and you did that and then you agreed, then you might be able to agree with them. But the moment you do that, you are going to have some differing opinions. Probably some differing approaches too. Is it crazy to go to grad school with the main purpose of being able to find a soulmate? Probably. When I was in grad school, most of the people were already married. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, hear me out. Maybe not. Maybe not. Because I don't know what it's like anymore. It's getting close to a decade since the last time I was in grad school. And I have no idea where you live, what your environment is. But for me, most people were already in a relationship before. So there were a few that were still looking for relationships, but a lot of times they're really, really developed. So maybe. I'm not sure anymore. You feel like you will have the highest chance to meet a like-minded individual compared to going out and you will. I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. It's not to say that you can't be so good at it that you can go and find environments that favor you, but it is sucky right now. Like what I mean is, statistically, loneliest generation. That's bad or good. It could be a challenge. It could be not a challenge. It could mean that you can step up and learn other ways to improve. But I would say yes, going to grad school would probably be heavily increasing chance because you have to self-select yourself into it. The more self-selection it has, the likely you'll have a light-minded individual. Right? Wait, what about the coffee stain as a prompt? I was talking about an artist. Like an artist who, like, what they do is they're traditional artists, and what they do is they spill coffee deliberately onto a page and then let it dictate what they're going to draw to complement the coffee stain. There are other people who like use the coffee stain as a different way to color something, but they would still do the same prompt, but just like vary the coffee stain. There's a really wonderful artist who like splash a bit of ink onto a canvas, and then they would use the ink to create like a piece of artwork, right? Like for example, I could try to convert this into something. Right? Right? Something like that. So what you would see is what you want to see, right? So you can quickly convert something into something. It was a little bit of a sketch moment, like when I was saying, oh man, that kind of looks like something inappropriate. So I was like rapidly converting things. But anyways, I'm sure people have some imaginations for that. So I'm well aware of there was a sketch moment for a moment there. So you can do things like this, right? And I was thinking like, oh, but we're doing digital art. Where am I gonna spill coffee? What Beep said was, I could take a piece of paper and put it outside, spill something on it, take a picture of it with like a high fidelity camera, and then put it onto the screen and then draw from there. And that to me is pretty cool. Like, I forgot that that is such an elegant solution, right? And that's what happens when you talk to other people. Sometimes other people have elegant solutions that you can incorporate into your own ideas. So that to me is why most things are interesting. It's not interesting when the person that is telling me the thing, it's not their own. And what I mean by it's not their own is you can be a nerd and copy all the, all the internet waifus and whatnot. The question is, can you describe it to me? Tell me what your process is. Because I don't want to talk about, like, okay, if this looks exactly like the other thing that you're referencing, I can't tell the difference. But you can explain the difference. And that's why it's important to know what an A mean to you. What do straight A's mean to you? I explained most of the stuff that if you're saying I'm relatable, I explain most of the stuff, what they mean to me. When you're saying, oh, if someone asks me, what does a PhD mean? I will give you an answer, right? That isn't, oh, it's a PhD. You basically defend a thesis and then you become a PhD holder. Like that's like everyone else. I can tell you what a PhD means to me, and I'm going to tell you now, not everyone agrees with me. Actually, probably a lot of people don't agree with me. However, that's not the point. The point is, I understand that most people don't agree with me. And I'm still going to tell you anyways, to the best of my ability, what a PhD means. Or what does good communication mean? And what does good enough communication means, right? Those are the things that tell me that the person I'm speaking to understands themselves, not someone else. They have an opinion of themselves, but they are aware of the realities around them. So someone could say something like, hey, you want to hear a secret? I really, really like this movie. And it probably has one of the lowest ratings ever. That something like that. I couldn't think of an example right now. Oh wait. I can't think of an example at the moment. Like my art is mediocre, right? Like we gotta be real here. My art is pretty mediocre, right? But I like it. I like my art. That's not because it isn't mediocre. It is pretty mediocre. Like in statistics standpoints, right? For statistics. I like my art because I can tell you how I made it. It gives me something to tell people. Hey, you want to know how I made yesterday's prompt? Most of those straight lines, I used a straight line tool. I used a line tool. You know how I feel about line tools? I'll give you another 3-hour explanation on how I feel about line tools and what they mean to me. But that's a discussion for another time. And then it's your turn, right? When I say something like, oh, hey, have you ever had this thought that digital art is just basic? No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I haven't developed the idea. The idea is you're trying to express something and then hopefully the other person you're talking to reciprocates. And that, to me, means you've made a friend. And possibly a soulmate. Or a good friend who might become a soulmate. Maybe even a godparent to your children when you find a soulmate. When a person stops reciprocating, either because they are unable to share something that can be relatable, and then the other person can share back, I don't think a long-term relationship or friendship can be established that well. With that said, though, it's still possible to achieve great things and achieve work relationships. You know, keeping profesh, right? Keeping it strictly profesh. I don't know what people say these days. Just strictly business. And I hope you find that. All right, I really got to finish this, but it was a wonderful chat. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to answer some of those questions. I do answer these on a daily basis. And one day, you never know, YouTube is rolling out a feature. Who knows? All of this stuff might end up being like 300 different highlight clips all of a sudden. I'm going to try to give it a go, but I doubt AI will be enough to capture like a 6-hour digression. On average, I already told you this, on average, when someone stays, I either talk so long that I run out of time or the other person runs out of time. Largely because if I had one opportunity, I'm sure as heck going to try my best to make that opportunity count. I don't know what your future is going to hold. You never know. You might become the most successful, most happiest person ever. And maybe, just maybe, I get to be part of that life. Right? And that's cool. I'm like excited for Beep, right? I'm excited for Danny, Nords, whatever you have going on. I hope it's the best thing ever. Like, and NPs, and I hope I get to live long enough to see most of this happen. Right. That's what it's like to live. You want to see people do well, do great, and if I can contribute to that, maybe just a singular day, then it would be great. That means the world, in my opinion. If other things happen down the line, I'm not altruistic. I'm not a saint. So if something like comes back to me, I'll greatly accept it, but I'll sound like Choppa from One Piece, okay? I will reject the compliment. I will reject things, but know that it still feels good. Like, but I'm very, very terrible at accepting like compliments and stuff. Imposter syndrome is a really, really a double-edged thing. It's the thing that makes me constantly want to improve myself, but it's also the thing that makes it potentially kind of alienating because I typically like to push people away when the time comes. So if we ever like collaborate on something, the first person to leave would probably be me the moment that person is self-sufficient and independent. It's kind of like being a parent, sort of. Like, I'm not a parent yet, or possibly ever. It's the closest thing I have. I invest in people and hope that something something becomes of them, and not in the worst way, in the best way. And that's probably where I would end on the digression. So hopefully something there made you feel a little bit more comfortable. Go get them. Right. Cheers to all the people who are trying. No answers. Just a lot of yap. Alright, let's get back to this.
飞跃，
我们需要一个飞跃的进步。
Heck. It's not deep. It's the other. Wait, actually. No. No. We'll pass. Pass for now.
耳膜，
我感觉耳膜有压力。
Yeah, come back like in 3 months' time or something, peas and carrots, and tell me what you've done. Like next time, right? Tell me something interesting. And what I mean is, no, I'm not talking about it has to be interesting by your standard. Tell me something you notice that you want to share with someone. So it's not whether you're trying to predict if it's interesting to me, but keep a notepad nearby when you're doing things and stuff, and ask yourself, what's something that you want to share with someone else, and then how you can describe it. And that's probably something I would love to hear about, right? Like, keep it coming. Eventually, I think the person you're looking for will notice. If you can't, it'd be very difficult to find a soulmate if you're unable to do that. What are you gonna talk about? What are you gonna share with your hypothetical future soulmate? You gotta work on it, right? Build for that person. Build for someone. I can tell you that that is a great way to get up in the morning and be doing things. I think the first thing I think about is, all right, whatever skills I'm working on, I'm gonna build it towards talking about it for the next person. So whenever that person wants to hear someone, let's go. To be honest, you rarely go to your lives, but you're also learning several languages, and it's quite inspiring to see how much you manage to work every day with consistency and perseverance for 5 or 6 hours a day. You tell yourself that by working so much, it's certain that in several years of my life will be greatly improved. Thanks. I really hope that all of whatever you're doing is gonna work out fantastically, right? There's gonna be roads, bumpy roads, but you're gonna come out on top. I hope so as well. Definitely. You're welcome. Anytime. I like to think I'll be around to see it if you give me the privilege of doing so. So in several years of your life, I really hope that I live long enough to see all of it. And you'll give me like all the hot takes and maybe write a book, create a documentary, or all that stuff. Right? I'd love to hear it. I imagine myself being old, like 70s on a live stream, and all I do in the day is I just sit here with my automatic feeder and just watch and have people like spam me their life exploits. I think I would live very happily in my final days seeing that. I don't, hear me out, this might be to contrast the reality. I don't want to see a future where you have like the majority of teens and 20-year-olds like passionless and lack any form of individuality or personality or smiles, like people stop smiling or something. That would be terrifying. I think going out, like ending your life, seeing that that's the state of humanity and humanity's youth, I think that would probably crush my soul. Because all I can think about is, boy, what if my generation actually did more for the future generation? That's probably what I would feel like. I hope that's not the thing. Obviously, I'm not hoping that is. I hope it's the opposite. When I pass away, the last couple moments is all I see is I'm bombarded by successful people in the future. I feel it's really depressing when when you leave this world and you see terror, fire, passionless hate, crimes and stuff. I think that's a really we're not going to entertain that idea. I want to see Star Trek's Utopia, okay? That's what I want to see. Star Trek's Utopia, gosh darn it. Make it happen. You silly potatoes, make it happen. Get. I'm really not that old yet. Gotta start now. Let's start now. Okay, how do I do and walking? Why are you so... Okay, that's probably wood. I'm using it as a wooden thing, right? I don't know yet. And I thought I knew this one. I typed Yao already, right? Yeah, I did. What incarnation is that? No.你能 something 胡一些帮助吗？ Is that who? Yeah. Oh, no, wait. That's not that. I've lost all semblance of stuff. That's not who. It's something else. Crossbeam and shellfish. Hope. Tiger, kettle, and a dog. Oh. Oh, wait, but then I don't know what that other thing is. 线. 线, that's 线. So. 化妆. Heck. How about I try something? Nope. Heck. Oh, what do I think you are? Dang, it's not a range. Oh, is this what I think it is? Oh no, it's... Oh no, it's not. What? What is going on? I don't know anything anymore. It's gone. Everything's... I can't do anything. Everything is so confusing.
逼迫，
我们不能逼迫别人接受我们的观点。
Kind of force. Okay.
酱油，
这道菜需要一点酱油。
I've been in midlife crisis. I really thought this was Yao. What's going on? What could this be? Yeah, this is the thing, like, oh, it's not show off either. Oh, wait. That doesn't make any sense. Oh no. I thought it was show off, but it's not. It's something like, you know, you get it cleaned up. But I really thought it was like show off. Hmm.
连续剧，
他每天晚上看连续剧。
It's like drama series. It's classically the finger problem. It's a body part. The body part is typically the thing that gets lost. So I really thought this was 错, but it's not. Not cool. I give up on this one. Oh wait, it's cat? No, it's not cat. It's meow, right? To discover, to describe, right? Yeah. Again, meow, and man, I've redone this more than once already. It's because that's supposed to be seedling, not flower and field. It gets so little use. What a disappointment. What? Oh, wrong tone. Oh, that's 4.
舌尖，
我的舌尖有点痛。
地，
啊，咦，
奇妙，
这是一个奇妙的经历。
heck， heck，
晚宴，
晚宴的气氛非常欢乐。
save me. What? Oh, what? Hold up. Oh, that's not. Alright, are we giving up on this? I feel like... Okay, so it's not... Why does this just remind me of Search? But it's not Search. No, let's... It is Search or it's Seek, but Tekken Tan is Seek. I've already tried multiple things. The way to do this is I don't remember how. Oh no, I don't remember how I Shrek, right? Because I'm linking it with Shun, right? Shun, and that didn't work. Dang it. I keep thinking deep, but deep varies slightly from this. The left thing. And I failed. I failed this city. And this one... Shellfish. Something about the construction. I'm giving up on this too. Gong. Oh, tributes. To pay tribute. And this one sucks too, and we've already worked on this. So maybe better luck next time. We'll just imbue some emotion into it. That's all we got.
苗，
Deep has a water echo like being deep in the water, and Search has a tree like you lost your kite in a tree. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Huh. I'll remember that. Oh, but that's not the problem. Okay, no, never mind. That doesn't solve my problem. My problem is I lost the reed. So to get the reed, it's not related to the kite or the water. I know what Shun is. I already know the difference between deep and search. I just didn't remember what the reed is for Tan. Tan was missing. So in order to get to Tan, I need to think of Shun. Shun because Shrek is asking Tarzan to seek deep into the and instead of using a tree, it's the wooden dollhouse. So you're searching deep in the wooden dollhouse, but I couldn't remember who it was. So the kite doesn't help with the pun. Not that I wasn't getting the two mixed up, but I was not being able to figure out what it is not, unfortunately. But that is a really great way to distinguish between deep and seek. Yeah. I could imagine Tarzan flying a kite. I'm sure you wouldn't be able to use my mecha giraffe from today either. Mecha giraffe? Wait. Where's the mecha giraffe? Hello? Never know. Never know. I could imagine, honestly, I could imagine Tarzan flying a kite. But then I would imagine, but then I should imagine Shrek being deep in the water. Interesting. I can definitely go places. It was a mnemonic. It's just always on those giraffes. Oh, yeah. So here, I couldn't. So this is search. I knew it was search, and I knew what deep was. And my only connection here is to have Tarzan interact with Shrek, because there's no other other thing at the moment. What is my other thing? Yeah. Oh, which by the way, this isn't a problem when the character is with a vocabulary word. So like the characters themselves is like not too concerning. Whenever they're with like, you know, like Tanqing, right? Tanqing and Tantao, then they're self-explanatory. But these are the things that sometimes they kind of need some reinforcement. Like this one's one of them too.
档案
这些档案很重要。
Like which dang? There are two dangs, and it's actually the same difference, or one of the similar difference. It's the difference between a finger and a tree, for dang. And I think I just made it worse by saying that. That's barrier plus un. I don't. Something about in the way.
降
Don't know at the moment. I'm like spacing out completely on everything right now. Usually this doesn't happen until much later in the day. What happened here?
贡献
你能贡献一些帮助吗？
Oh, that's not. That didn't. That doesn't feel correct.
风
Hold. How do you obstruct? Get in the way? It's like getting in the way. Or, oh no, that's case. Oh my gosh, hacking case files. That's okay. I'm gonna skip that one. Oh, that's case. Dang it. I'm thinking of I. Dang it. That feels awful. Yeah, we might as well put it in. I think it's on. On is the problem. It's case. I thought it was press or shore, but it's case. It has to be case. That's how that works. Okay.
横向
螃蟹是横向行走的动物。
度
I don't like files. Files and documents. Files and documents make me want to figuratively flip at my desk, which is very, very difficult. My desk is quite heavy. But man, do I want to flip it.
露珠
清晨的草叶上满是露珠。
抬头
请抬头看前方。
How is this a problem right now? Heck, it's Mao, right? I already. Oh no, did I type meow? I might have typed meow. Dang it, heckin' Mao. I typed meow, pretty sure, and it wasn't show off. It was appearance. That's a problem. So what was I thinking? I was thinking of Yao earlier. What was Yao? Show off? Oh, it was because of turkey. It's turkey. Okay. Oops. Dang. I'm below
No.
average today because I'm at 8 now. That's below average. Oh, it's around average, but I don't like being around average. To say the least.
剑信徒
你是信徒吗？
The heck? This is very recognizable, but not today. Not today. Hold. Nope. I legit don't know.
拨款
他们为维修拨款了。
Yeah, teeth is... That's teeth. And teeth is really, really kind of special. And yet, here I am. And it comes down to fingers again. It's constantly fingers. No, I don't have time for this. Chung. Where does the teeth come from? Oh, prop up. Oh, man. And there's only one word for prop up right now. One phrase. Maybe a quick mental break? I only have 6 things left. So it was close to the end. We just basically review the stuff and then call it a day. Pretty sure this is a toll.
投稿
他每个月都投稿一次。
Draft.
残报
It comes in waves.
傲慢
不要傲慢，要学会谦虚。
Heck. YOLO? Okay.
称
Oh,
跨
that's not bad. We're slightly below average, but we're 1 below average. That's fine. Oh yeah, and it reset because it's after 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. It's actually almost 6 a.m. It's kind of funny because that we've been ending at 6 p.m. the last 3 times. Oh, no. I think we're starting to have a problem here. Let's see. What do we have? Am I worried about this? About these things? Well, I'll go over them. I don't think I'm worried about most of them, actually. Chung, maybe. The other ones are okay. I don't even think I want to fix. I don't even want to think I need to add any of. It's just one of those things. What is this? Small drop? What? This made sense. Does this make sense? This is caterpillar. I actually have no idea anymore. It's a pump. Oh boy. That can be bad. Okay. Caterpillar. Oh, is that like the forehead and the cow? Tian. We'll go over them in a bit. Tian. 重都千间 Okay. No worries, no worries. 报价铜牌 That doesn't make any sense, does it? Oh yeah, it does. 国旗荣什么？荣誉。Okay. 名誉。语说雨滴是什么？哦 ，OK。青铜。Wait, if this is 青铜 what is 铜牌? Oh, yes. 牛栏谋杀射击reach this contact. This might be the weakest one. To involve. Yeah, involve is probably the weakest one. 爆竹棉被 and 墨镜 Alright, let's see if I made an error on these. We have Kirby. Kirby is nice. Kirby is great. Kirby is in front of the pawn shop. I was gonna try to make it rhyme. In the pawn shop. And, you know, he's pulling along a cow to be sold. But while he's doing that, he's wearing a crown, a cute little crown with the little caterpillar on top of it. On his way to the pawn shop, right? Wait, why did I have to say all of that? I lost the meaning of 千. Oh, he's leading along the cow for sale. Wow, he's wearing a crown with a cute little caterpillar on it. Dang. I totally got too caught up in the caterpillar situation. Alright. It's fine. Now we have Zelda, who's in the female hot spring area of the temple. And this one is wildly weird. But, you know, she's in her really immaculate silk garments. And for whatever reason, the monks in the place are forming a conga line where they are like stacking vertically, and Zelda sitting there looking at their feet in awe of how their mystical powers as opposed to her Triforce powers. Like, this one's outrageous, but it kind of works. I don't even know. It's like someone decided to write something and they forgot where they were going, so they decided to just improvise the whole thing. Okay. Now we have Dumbledore, who's in front of the house. The ridiculous world of mnemonics. Yeah, like, what the heck? Like, it legitimately, here, I'll tell you verbatim what it is. Zelda, I usually try to modify these as I'm rehearsing them, right? So Zelda is in the bathroom of the temple, which have a female spring, a female hot spring. And she's in her, like, voluptuous princess silk robes. As she's lying in the spring, the female monks in the place, female monks is trying to demonstrate to her the mystical powers that they have. So they decide to form a conga line, not horizontally, but vertically. And as Zelda looks up, they can see all their feet as she's awestruck by their mystical powers. And her Triforce powers aren't as cool as that, or something like that. And I'm like, the vertically? And I'm like, okay, alright. And the vertical gets you, right? Yeah, that's it. That's exactly why it's like, oh, alright. And then the vertical sticks out so much, and it's the word vertical. I'm like, okay. It works, I guess. Heckin' vertical. Now we have two. So Dumbledore is in front of the house, and he's playing Unk. So now Dumbledore is being Unk Dumbledore. This one works out. This is 10 out of 10. So Unk Dumbledore is keeping an eye on all the wee young wizards. In fact, he went as far as conjuring up extra eyeballs to, superintend them or supervise them. Because he's Dumbledore Unk. This one is good. Do is like, yeah, that's exactly what Dumbledore would do. Sure. Alright. Now we have Timmy Turner. Oh, this one's pretty cute too. Timmy Turner is in front of the pawn shop. Oh, it's not very clear why he's in front of the pawn shop though. Yeah, it's not quite clear why he's in front of the pawn shop. It's kind of cute though. So with the few mnemonics you made up today, the best one was giraffe running away from a snake in the desert while holding onto a bowl of ketchup noodles, then tripping on it and spilling it everywhere. It was the word for barrel. That's hilarious. Oh man, that makes for a really great image. You could have like the giraffe look a little bit concerned and like looking backwards, and there's like ketchup noodles on the ground, and then some still in the bowl that it's holding. Oh, that's kind of cute. This one, I don't know why he's in the front of the pawn shop, but so he's like, I guess he's trying to water. He's trying to water something, right? Spraying water, and he's trying to do it with a pump. The small pump isn't working. He's trying to water, so he decided to use his wish. So then his wish was granted, and the water started pouring from the heavens. In fact, it was spraying everywhere so efficiently that it started flooding before he can stop. Wish it to stop. And now I'm not sure what the word is. I'm not sure what the word is. Oh, increase. Yeah. There's a downside to this. There's no incentive for it to be in front of the pawn shop. So let's see. So let's say Timmy Turner has recently exited out of the pawn shop with a pump, and he was trying to use the pump to increase the moisture, in his lawn, but the pump was a dud. So instead, he wished that there'd be more rain to increase the moisture, and rain starts spraying and falling everywhere from the heavens and started flooding the area, right? Increasing the water over and over again, but maybe a little too much because it's Timmy Turner. I'm not sure if people watch The Fairly Odd Parents anymore, but that sounds like something that would happen in The Fairly Odd Parents for sure. Alright, so we have Jimmy Neutron. This one's fine. Jimmy Neutron is hired in the basement of the pawn shop for an after party. There's a party happening. So, what he was hired to do is basically to clean up after the party. It's a crazy party. So instead, he developed a mechanical robot with a bunch of fingers to pick up after the party. But I lost the meaning of this word as well. Oh wait, it's pick up. It's in the mnemonic. To pick up after a party. I think I'm a little exhausted today, so let's practice our things. Okay, so we have Ling. Ling is we have rice. We have rice, coyote, and bulldog, right? No, not bulldog. You're bringing the rice to the coyote. For the neighbor. I'm missing a component. Oh wait. Oh, sorry. What is the component that I missed? Oh, from the nearby hills. Let me try this again. So Ling. We rewrote this already. And that's what I was trying to remember. So is Link helping out a friend's coyote by a nearby hill by bringing some rice to the infirmary to help out? Because Link is a fetch quester. Okay, and then we have Xu. Xu, this was unfortunate. Wrong tone. And she was very complicated. We have silk. I think it's grain stock. Net. and shellfish. Or it could be... hmm. It could be moon. I kind of need to improve this. It's definitely grain. I'm pretty sure it's grain stock. No, it's dirt. Oh no, it's soldier. Oh yeah, he's convincing the soldier to keep doing the thing. Right. All right. I do wanna adjust that. So we'll adjust that. Oh, she or continue. There was no problem with the definition. Didn't know what the read was again. Oh, she. She. This wasn't that bad. It was kind of coercive. Basically, he's like using his telepathy to convince the soldier to continue to catch a large amount of shellfish for him with a silk net and deposit it into the bathtub. I think that's kind of fine. Actually, that's still okay. Not that there's not a motivation for Professor X to do that. That's where that comes in. But it wasn't Professor Heck that got dropped. It was where the the net was being deposited. I thought it was in the house, not in the bathroom. So I'm gonna have to think about the bathtub, which is where the shellfish should go. And then we have Cole. Oh, Cole is a nightmare. All you got is fingers and a heckin' mouth. And we have no vocabulary words for Cole. It's button. We rewrote it though, for now, which is, if I think of finger and mouth, yeah, that's terrifying. Because the thing that I'm using for finger and mouth has very little to do with button. The base, and it could be anything. Yeah, that's struggle bus. It's basically Kermit went to the bathroom, took a break and went to the bathroom of the bakery to wash off his fingers and his mouth and the buttons on his uniform, right? From helping out in the bakery. But it could have been anything. It could be washing his uniform, it could be washing his hands, his face. It's very not identifiably a button. And there's no vocabulary. Yeah, this one is rough. I'm just gonna have to brainstorm. Mouth can be for said or eat, is how I'm pivoting. And fingers can be hand, but still nothing to connect to the button. The original mnemonic is pretty decent, honestly. Where he's like, Kermit went to the bathroom, sort of. Kermit went to the bathroom and he couldn't stop eating croissants that he bakes. So, he took his finger and buttoned his mouth shut. And I thought it was pretty good because Kermit was a puppet. But when it came back around, it's like, I don't know what it is. And then we have meow, which is describe. That sucks. I worked on meow. Meow is to describe. It kind of looks like Mao, but it's like meow. So meow, you have the seedling. I lost the seedling. If the seedling was there, it would have been fine. But I looked at it as flower and field as opposed to a seedling. Alright. By the way, I don't know how many people, like, I don't know if you're ever here for this part, Beep, but usually I have pretty smooth days, but on rough days, I say these things out loud. This is how I remember and reflect on my mistakes. So I actually go through this talk every single day if it comes up. So this is how I like troubleshoot what the problem is. And then I try to see if I can do anything about it. And then repetition of talking about it and talking through it is what creates the 90, we're saying like 98% ish going. Let's see. Yeah, so tan. Oh, and writing is not a problem, right? So writing these characters is fun because when I say tan, I know which one I'm looking for, which is pretty good. So writing is a whole different output as well, which is far more consistent when you know what you're writing. So you only write what you know. So this is tan. Shrek tells Tarzan to search for the walking dollhouse, the wooden walking dollhouse. Fill it around in the finger deep in the shelves in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Right, to seek it out. That's okay. That's the first time I used it since I changed it. And then gung. Gung is tribute. Gung. We have. So it's more or less of a construction, but the crossbeam. So crossbeam is where he's depositing shellfish as tribute. And shellfish is often used as a form of currency in my mnemonics. It's too simple for its own good. Feels bad. And there's gung in it. So I should have thought of gung in general. The crossbeam is related to gung. So I'll keep that in mind for next time. And then I forgot an after the fact, which kind of sucks. An is case. Like in on case. How does this work? Master Chief was hired in the pawn shop to act as a guard, right? And he chased after a woman who stole a wooden dollhouse. And he's trying to solve the case of the woman stealing the dollhouse. And then we have Mao. Mao is heck. Actually, I'm not sure if there's a stroke up here. It's leopard and what? I need to look at leopard. That's a traditional character, and yeah, it's white. And is there 2 strokes or 1 stroke? It's only one. Oh, it's 2 strokes. Wait, is it 2 strokes? Okay, it's not 3. That comes off as cleat to some extent. And then white with legs. Wow. For appearance. What can I change about this? Where did the legs go? Oh, it was just Mickey Mouse, Mario. Oh, I was debating between if it was Mario or Mickey who's in the barn. So it's Mario in the barn, right? He's taking care of a leopard. Why is it in the barn? Because Mario is leopard barn. I'm learning more complex words now. That's so cool. Some you can't even read. Oh, that's neat. We'll have to talk about them sometime. Is there an example of one? I'm kind of curious. And then let's see. Mao, it's because the leopard has white legs. He's just helping a kitty cat with white legs, which is kind of cute image. But it's Mario instead of Mickey. How do I make it more Mario related? Yeah, so the weakness is coming from knowing who is interacting with the leopard with the white legs. It's a farm leopard on a leash. So why Mario? I have to think about it for some time. And then Chung. How did I mess up Chung? The teeth. Because the fingers. Teeth. Man, prop up. This one's okay. I'll give it a pass. We're almost at a milestone soon. So we're what? 3 weeks? We're 3 weeks away. Oh, not 3 weeks. So we're 3 days. 4 days. It's little under 4 days from deciding whether I'm gonna stop at HSK 6 and then start just doing reviews and then take a break from lessons. We're almost there. My text was higher than that. That's one of them? I have no idea if I could read that. What is that? Z. I don't have that. Zidang? What is Zidang? Yeah, I have no idea what Zidang is. That's interesting. Oh, oh, wait. Oh, what could you possibly be trying to? Do I have a 字档? Like something like it. I'm kind of curious what the hits are for 字档. I don't have a 字档, unfortunately. Let me think. 字 could be asset, right? So maybe it's asset. The closest thing I can think of is asset. And then maybe no down for what other 字 is that I could think of? I'm genuinely very curious. I think it might be consult. Could be consult, yes. Oh, I don't have consult yet. Oh, and I only got 咨询, which does that make sense? This must be the, I guess this must, yeah, this must be the character, right? Consult. Interesting. Do I have another word for consult? Maybe like console. The closest I have is either advice or console. Yeah, ask for advice. Interesting. We gotta talk in the future. It's almost been the year. You know what I mean? Like we told each other, Churn, right? We made this like an unofficial agreement. A year or two, right? Once we get into a year or two, we're gonna start bantering in Chinese. Right? It's going to happen. It's almost been a year since we met, Churn. Isn't that crazy? Has it been? Is it getting close to a year? It might have been, it might be getting close to a year. Man, time flies when you're having fun. All right. Time flies fast. Yeah, because I remember hearing you about your end of the school year, the summer vacation. And it's almost the end of the year now, right? Like we're looking forward to talking about Christmas vacation. We talked about Lunar Festival, right? And even the Dragon Boat Festival. So yeah, getting close. We're about to be anniversary friends. I hope everything's going well, Jern. I'm looking forward to hearing about what you do about your college education. So many kiddos. All right, folks, that's a wrap today. It's a little bit below average, but I'm not too concerned about these. We'll reiterate again tomorrow, and we're gonna try to squeeze in an Inktober prompt tomorrow. What was the Inktober prompt? Oh, it's gonna be a good one. We're gonna do some watercolor for the next prompt. It's Arctic. Arctic is the prompt. The following one is pretty cute too. I'm gonna do a new background because it's been a while. A little bit of a teaser for the 20th prompt. There's gonna be a sunset. I forgot that I haven't drawn like a sunset yet. Sunsets are wonderful. Or dawns, sunrise or sunsets. I was thinking maybe I should put in the rising sun at some point, like the red rising sun. I do enjoy my ink paintings, so we gotta try to do like an ink painting one at some point. Okay, I've gotten so many little things that I could like render or try to render in a limited time. Haven't done like a punchy graffiti art thing, like wall art. Just have like a wall and then have like graffiti on it and do the texture. So I haven't done those yet, and it's already half 2/3 the way through. I only have, after these prompts that are already set in stone, I only have 11 prompts left. I am gonna do something different this year. If I can finish early, I want to remaster my first 3 cards, and then I want to like iron out some of them. I kind of want to do like a remastering. I think these cards could be a great idea. What I want to do is like, I kind of want to print, like get someone to print out a deck, and maybe like give a, you know, have a fun way to give out decks just for fun. Oh, it would be fun to slowly and progressively create more and more cards. That sounds amazing. Oh, and Dang is... Oh, really? Which means party. Sorry, you can't read traditional. Oh, no worries. After knowing the simplified, now you know. Yeah, and then I found the other one. So yeah, 知道. Yeah, 知道. Or Dan. Oh, Dan Xun. Yeah, is now, yeah. 姬璇. I mean 姬璇. Yeah. Which is the thing that was available. Interesting. Alright, folks. It was fun. I yapped a lot. You know, that's the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Reinvent the wheel. What have you. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. And, you know, as a closing remark, we spent a lot of time conversing, talking, sharing thoughts. It's not a one-size-fits-all model. I try not to make it sound like there are secrets to life and life hacks, right? And whatnot. The idea is we want to, I like to encourage people to engage in these things, right? Deterministic is great and all for when you're talking about things that maybe you want to make sure happens and whatnot. However, the stuff that we're talking about, that we yap about, are embracing the subjective nature. I think it's the blend of the two. And I think there's plenty of representations of hyper-objectivity, honestly. I use the word hyper-objectivity because largely that's reinforced by the business forward, the business-centric, the objective-centric, and performance-centric nature of the internet, you know, the hustle. And not taking some breather time to slow down. Like, I don't mind being tired and doing my performance things. Tomorrow is gonna be another day. I can correct all these things or like reinforce all these things. That can really last for some time, and it takes time, right? But it doesn't substitute for when someone, if you can influence, like encourage, not necessarily directly manipulate, but encourage each other to like sharing, talking about things, and being interested in one another, mutually speaking, right? I don't have to know or be well versed in the thing that you're sharing to not be able to develop, to be able to develop an interest in it. And I kind of like the idea that one day it's going to be like that again. Like when you walk into a classroom and you see a bunch of classmates, right? That there would be an inquisitive nature between the classmates. That's how it was for me anyways. And I'm not sure if that's the same anymore. I haven't been on a college campus before and whatnot. I still feel like a lot of it is still exists. However, it doesn't persist into the household. It doesn't persist into individuals' hobbies or life lessons. Like when one is young, I don't even think I get the impression that younger people are interested in themselves very much anymore. Why be interested in yourself when you're just inundated by everyone else's achievements that came before you? I think there's a balance to it. When one is able to determine what is interesting about oneself, then all the stuff you consume online, it becomes, I know I don't say trust me bro too often, but trust me in this case. When you have identified the things that you are interested in, like the little things, like why are straight A's important to you, then when you go on the internet, everything transforms. Most things transform. Because when you're consuming information and you're looking at information, it's spun towards your preferences. You are actively telling yourself this information is useful to me, not being told that the information is useful. And then you're not only looking for information when you have a problem that you don't want to solve, right? Because you're looking for the solution online. You have a problem to solve and you're curious how many ways it can be solved and which way you're going to come up with to solve it based on the information. So to me, that is something that I want to communicate. I said one day, over close to 2 years now, that I want to learn Japanese and I want to learn Chinese. And I asked myself, where do I start? What am I looking for? So I took something and I'm like, this is good enough. And it's like, I know what I'm going to go look for next time, what I'm going to change next time, what I'm going to do, and I'm going to change it as I'm going. That is something that I hope other people are continuing to have. I feel like the reason why this is important is what happens to a young person or even an adult with a very defined identity and they spend their life thinking there's no possible way they can be happy. There's no possible way they can be originator. There's no possible way they can satisfy whatever it is that people tell you that is satisfying, right? Like, it's only satisfying if you're the best player in Fortnite. Well, that sucks because ultimately there can only be one best player at any one time. So does that mean you're going to continue playing a game because that's the only reason to play it? That's what I'm kind of worried about. So when someone says, it sucks that I didn't get straight A's, my question is, what didn't suck? Like, what didn't suck for you? Or what is it about the straight A's that you can find somewhere else? Because you are you're a combination. You're a combination of things that you find interesting and then the standards that are set before you. In order to be creatively solving those things, you require an outlet that's outside of the stuff. So you have the capacity to synthesize information. Without the capacity to synthesize information, when you go and do something and it fails, well, you're out of luck, right? Then you go look at the next one, and if it doesn't work, it feels like you have no choice. You have no control. Nothing happens, right? If someone didn't have the solution that fits and tailors to you, then there's no motivation or enthusiasm to make it work, because there's not, in my opinion, not enough confidence in oneself to say, well, this is kind of close. It's close enough in this aspect. I'll just take that. And then I'll go look for the thing that's missing because I need that thing. So now I'm going to go look for the two things and you put them together, right? I think mnemonic systems, how like a creative process, like something like art, music, demonstrates, at least to me, that the people that I'm speaking to are trying to put something together. And you don't have to be like 100% that. In fact, I don't really encourage it. I'm more like, there are things that is very, very difficult to answer. And those things require a balance between taking the information and seeing what you want. So the agency of that, right? If you play Tabletop Simulator, you could have a mod for it in there. Oh, really? Interesting. I do have Tabletop Simulator. I'll keep you posted on that. we can okay. You're full of ideas, Beep. Alright, folks. As always, I just wanted to emphasize, you're more than welcome. If you don't like yapping, come on by. Share one idea. Ask a question. I will try to get you to share something. Obviously, no pressure. The idea is, if you start with one question one day, and then someone replies, and it gives you two questions, that's two more than you've done in an average day. And that is progress in my book. And progress is not linear. It's a whole spiel of things, right? And it involves lots of things you may never anticipate. And one of them is probably, when is the next time you're going to meet maybe your best friend to be, but you weren't able to express yourself. And you don't have to express like feelings and stuff. You just being able to explain things in your life and describing it would be a great start, right? That would be great. I think saying that, oh, you know, I play Minecraft like 3 million other people, that's not detailed enough, right? In my opinion, even if that other person is able to relate, their first thought is, well, then how are you any different from all the 3 million Minecraft players, right? Provocative, charismatic. You can be the initiator. I understand that being surrounded by people who might also be deficient in communication doesn't necessarily mean that you can't initiate. And I think, in my opinion, being able to do that can probably interest people elsewhere, right? Like, if they don't find their life interesting, you can get them to express things. At least that's the challenge I've taken up. I'm gonna try to prepare myself and improve each day to try to get someone else to do the same, or like influence, you know, like happy thoughts, the same, you know, vomit rainbows and rainbows and flowers and stuff until they get with the program. I'm kidding, obviously there's no coercion here, but I think we can get this to work. So until then, feel free. Until next time, 大家下次见. Right, 感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one tomorrow. See you next time. Take care. Bye bye.